Part 2, Navigating Danger. Chapter 11, A Trail of Clues. The dawn had barely broken when the sea serpent set sail once more. The ship's black sails, stark against the pale morning sky, billowed with a powerful grace as it cut through the ocean's expanse. The early light cast a soft, golden hue over the water, illuminating the ship's polished wood and the determined figures aboard. Mara Hawke and Prince Cale stood at the helm, their silhouettes etched sharply against the backdrop of the rising sun. The urgency of their mission imbued every movement with purpose, their shared resolve to uncover the truth behind the assassination plot driving them forward. As the ship sliced through the gentle waves, the horizon stretched out in an endless expanse of blue, the vast ocean reflecting the serenity of the dawn. Yet beneath the calm surface lay the weight of their precarious alliance, and the high stakes of their journey. Mara's keen eyes were fixed on the distant shoreline, while Cale's gaze lingered on the maps and intelligence reports sprawled before him. The early morning light caught in his azure scales, lending an ethereal glow to his focused expression. The uneasy partnership between Mara and Cale had gradually forged a sense of shared determination, though their collaboration was still tinged with tension. The pirate captain's direct, action-oriented approach contrasted sharply with the mermaid prince's meticulous, strategic mindset. Yet, their disparate backgrounds and methodologies had coalesced into a single, focused drive to address the threat looming over both their realms. Each wave that passed beneath the ship seemed to carry them closer to the answers they sought. The sea serpent navigated toward their next destination with a steady rhythm, its crew bustling about with a practiced efficiency. The sails fluttered in the crisp morning breeze, and the sound of the ship cutting through the water became a rhythmic backdrop to the pair's intensive preparations. Mara's crew moved with purpose, their conversations punctuated by the rustling of charts and the clinking of nautical instruments. Cale's guards, positioned discreetly, maintained a vigilant watch over the surroundings, their presence a silent but potent reminder of the dangers they faced. As the sun climbed higher, casting a brighter light over the ocean's surface, Mara and Cale reviewed the leads they had gathered. Their previous discussions and conflicts gave way to a focused exchange of ideas as they outlined their strategy. Each clue they had uncovered seemed to weave a more complex web of intrigue, hinting at a conspiracy far more intricate than either had anticipated. The weight of their mission was palpable, a shared burden that strengthened their resolve even as it tested their patience. The ship's course was set toward a coastal town reputed to be a hub of clandestine activity. The town's reputation for secrecy and its strategic position made it a prime location for the investigation. Mara, with her experienced eye for detail, and Cale, with his methodical approach, prepared themselves for the challenges ahead. The anticipation of discovering new information mingled with the ever-present tension of their mission, each passing moment bringing them closer to the answers they sought. As the sea serpent approached the town, the shoreline came into view, its rugged beauty juxtaposed with the impending tension of their mission. The town's narrow streets and shadowy corners promised both opportunities and dangers. With every mile closer, the ocean's calm was replaced by the anticipation of the investigation to come. The alliance between Mara and Cale, though still fraught with underlying friction, was united in its resolve to unravel the conspiracy threatening their worlds. The early morning serenity gave way to the buzz of activity as the ship docked and the crew prepared to disembark. The sight of the bustling port and the sounds of the town's life contrasted sharply with the secretive nature of their mission. Mara and Cale, standing side by side, readied themselves to dive into the heart of the investigation. Their partnership, born out of necessity, was now a crucial element in their quest to prevent disaster and secure their realms from the shadows that threatened to engulf them. Mara's sharp eyes scanned the horizon with unerring precision, her gaze cutting through the early morning mist as she kept a steady hand on the wheel. The sea serpent sailed smoothly, the sound of the waves lapping against its hull a soothing contrast to the intense focus she maintained. The recent arguments and conflicts with Cale had been replaced by a steely resolve, each member of their uneasy alliance now wholly immersed in the task at hand. The quiet of the morning was deceptive, a stark contrast to the perilous journey that lay ahead. Beside her, Cale was engrossed in the maps and intelligence reports sprawled across a wooden table on the deck. His azure scales glistened faintly in the soft light, the intricate details of the documents reflecting off his focused eyes. The prince's methodical approach contrasted sharply with Mara's more instinctive style, but the combined effort of their approaches had begun to reveal a labyrinth of deception. Each piece of information they reviewed seemed to intertwine, creating a complex web that threatened to ensnare them if they were not careful. The calm of the morning sea belied the tension that simmered beneath the surface. As Mara adjusted the course of the ship, her thoughts raced through the implications of their findings. Every clue they had gathered pointed towards a conspiracy far more elaborate than either had initially anticipated. The realization that their investigation was uncovering layers of deception only heightened their urgency. Every moment spent in deliberation was a moment the conspirators used to further their plot, making their mission all the more critical. The sea serpent continued its steady course, the gentle rocking of the ship a rhythmic accompaniment to their intense focus. Mara and Cale's collaboration, though still fraught with underlying friction, had forged a strong sense of purpose. They worked together with a shared determination, their individual strengths complementing each other in a way that was both efficient and necessary. The weight of their mission pressed heavily upon them, driving their every action and decision. The horizon stretched endlessly before them, the promise of new leads and hidden dangers hidden beneath the tranquil surface. The landscape of the sea was a vast expanse of potential, each wave and breeze carrying the potential to alter their course. Mara's hands tightened on the wheel as she considered the stakes of their investigation, her mind balancing the need for speed with the imperative of caution. Each choice they made could be the key to unraveling the conspiracy, or the misstep that led to their downfall. Cale's attention remained fixed on the reports, his mind piecing together the fragments of information that had begun to emerge. The layers of intrigue were becoming clearer, but the full picture remained elusive. He understood the importance of every detail, knowing that even the smallest oversight could jeopardize their mission. His patience and analytical approach were critical to their progress, providing a necessary counterbalance to Mara's more impulsive tendencies. As the ship sailed forward, the quiet of the morning hours gave way to a growing sense of anticipation. The alliance between Mara and Cale had transformed from one of mere necessity into a genuine partnership, driven by their shared commitment to protect their realms. The path they were on was fraught with danger, but their unified resolve was their greatest strength. With each passing moment, the urgency of their mission grew, urging them onward through the tangled web of deceit they were determined to unravel. Their first destination was a coastal town shrouded in whispers and rumors, said to be a hub for the conspirators. The town's narrow, winding streets and shadowy corners were perfect for the covert meetings and clandestine dealings that the conspirators were rumored to conduct. As the sea serpent glided into the harbor, its black sails striking against the backdrop of the quaint town, Mara and Cale prepared to disembark, their presence immediately drawing the curious glances of the locals. The atmosphere on the docks was a mixture of the salty tang of the sea and a more unsettling undertone of secrecy. The scent of brine and seaweed mingled in the air, a reminder of the ocean that bordered the town, but beneath that lay a palpable sense of hidden agendas and concealed truths. The buildings, weathered by years of salt and wind, loomed over the streets, casting long shadows that seemed to whisper of the town's dark underbelly. As Mara and Cale stepped onto the cobblestone streets, they felt the weight of their mission pressing upon them. The town's layout seemed almost designed for subterfuge, with narrow alleys and dimly lit corners that provided ample cover for those wishing to avoid the scrutiny of outsiders. Their footsteps echoed softly in the quiet morning, each sound amplified by the hushed environment that surrounded them. The locals watched them with wary eyes, their curiosity barely concealed behind a facade of routine. Merchants and townsfolk went about their business with an air of practiced indifference, but their glances betrayed a sense of unease at the arrival of the two strangers. Mara and Cale moved purposefully through the town, their determination to uncover the truth about the conspiracy driving their every step. The interplay of light and shadow in the town's alleys seemed to mirror the hidden dangers they faced. Every turn held the potential for discovery or deception, and the eerie quiet of the streets only heightened their sense of anticipation. As they ventured deeper into the town, the realization that they were walking into a web of intrigue became more pronounced, their every movement watched by unseen eyes. The investigation commenced with Mara's crew seamlessly integrating into the bustling market scene, their presence unobtrusive yet strategically placed. Their skilled navigation of the crowded stalls and lively chatter allowed them to blend with the local populace effortlessly. As they moved among the vendors and shoppers, they gathered snippets of gossip and overheard fragments of conversations that could provide crucial insights into the conspiracy. Their ability to remain inconspicuous while collecting valuable information was a testament to their seasoned experience in blending with diverse environments. Meanwhile, Cale's guards took up their positions with an air of quiet vigilance, their discipline and training evident in their subtle approach. Positioned in the shadows of the market's edges, they watched with keen eyes, their presence barely noticeable to the casual observer. Their role was to monitor the interactions and movements of both locals and outsiders, picking up on any suspicious behavior or clandestine meetings that might suggest ties to the conspiracy. The guards' effectiveness in remaining hidden while maintaining a thorough watch was crucial to the success of their joint mission. The contrast between Mara's and Cale's methods became evident as the investigation unfolded. Mara's crew employed a direct approach, using their charisma and street-smart tactics to extract information from unsuspecting townsfolk. They engaged in casual conversations, skillfully steering discussions toward topics of interest, and subtly probing for details about any unusual activities or notable figures in the town. Their proactive strategy contrasted sharply with Cale's more nuanced and reserved approach. Cale's method involved a more nuanced observation from the sidelines, reflecting his careful and calculated approach to gathering intelligence. While Mara's crew engaged actively with the townspeople, Cale's guards remained silent, their eyes trained on potential points of interest. Their subtle observations provided a different layer of insight, focusing on body language, interactions, and the hidden dynamics of the market environment. This dual approach highlighted both the strengths and ongoing friction between Mara's more aggressive tactics and Cale's careful strategy. The interplay between Mara's directness and Cale's subtlety underscored the tension in their partnership. Each method brought its own advantages and challenges, and their differing approaches occasionally led to friction as they navigated the complexities of the investigation. Despite their differences, both sides recognized the value in their combined efforts, understanding that their collaboration was essential to uncovering the truth behind the conspiracy. As the day progressed, the fruits of their labor began to emerge. Mara's crew relayed snippets of overheard conversations and rumors that hinted at hidden dealings, while Cale's guards reported on suspicious behaviors and patterns they had observed. The synthesis of these findings provided a clearer picture of the conspiracy, illustrating how their disparate methods, though sometimes discordant, contributed to the broader effort. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Mara's crew and Cale's guards continued their relentless search for information. The bustling market had become a backdrop for their investigation, but it was a small, shadowy corner where they had struck gold. A local informant, enticed by a modest bribe, approached them with a hurried expression, his eyes darting nervously. His voice trembled as he revealed a crucial lead, a hidden meeting place known to be frequented by high-ranking conspirators. The informant's revelation came with a sense of urgency, his details painting a vivid picture of the clandestine operations taking place. He described a location that was shrouded in secrecy, a place that had been used for covert gatherings and unsanctioned dealings. The warehouse he described was an abandoned structure on the outskirts of town, isolated enough to avoid unwanted attention but accessible for those in the know. The informant's demeanor, and the urgency in his voice underscored the gravity of the information he had shared. Mara and Cale exchanged determined glances as they processed the new lead. The warehouse, with its isolated location and reputation for secrecy, seemed like a logical spot for the conspirators to conduct their operations. The trail of clues had been growing more intricate, each piece of information pointing to deeper layers of betrayal and deception. The prospect of uncovering a critical node in the conspiracy added a renewed sense of purpose to their mission. The path to the warehouse was not without its challenges. As the team made their way to the outskirts of town, they navigated through a maze of narrow, winding streets that seemed to close in around them. The transition from the bustling market to the desolate periphery was marked by a stark contrast, the lively hum of the town giving way to an eerie silence. The warehouse stood as a looming silhouette against the dimming sky, its windows dark and boarded, hinting at the secrets it held within. Approaching the warehouse, Mara and Cale took stock of their surroundings with caution. The building's exterior was weathered and worn, its appearance suggesting years of neglect. Despite its dilapidated state, the structure was a perfect setting for clandestine activities. The shadows of twilight lengthened around them, adding to the atmosphere of foreboding as they prepared to investigate further. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation as they prepared to enter the warehouse. Mara's crew moved with practiced stealth, their experience in covert operations proving invaluable. Cale's guards positioned themselves strategically, their sharp senses attuned to any signs of danger. The team's combined efforts demonstrated their adaptability and the strength of their uneasy alliance as they approached the entrance to the abandoned building. As they approached the warehouse, every creak of the old floorboards and every rustle of the wind seemed amplified, heightening the tension. The mission had reached a critical juncture, and the information they had gathered was about to be put to the test. The sense of urgency was palpable, each member of the team focused on the task ahead and the potential breakthrough that lay within the warehouse's shadowy confines. Upon arrival, Mara and Cale approached the warehouse with deliberate caution. The structure loomed ominously against the dimming sky, its weathered exterior and broken windows hinting at years of neglect. The once sturdy walls now bore the marks of time and disrepair, adding to the foreboding atmosphere that surrounded them. The building seemed to exude an aura of abandonment, as though it had been waiting silently for something, or someone, to disturb its solitude. As they stepped inside, the air hit them like a wall, stale and heavy with the scent of decay. The dim light that filtered through the grimy windows cast long, wavering shadows across the room, creating an eerie dance of darkness. The silence within was almost oppressive, broken only by the occasional creak of the old wooden floor beneath their feet. Every sound seemed magnified in the tense quiet, heightening their awareness of the potential dangers lurking in the darkened space. Navigating the darkened warehouse, Mara and Cale moved with practiced stealth, their senses sharply attuned to any signs of danger. Their eyes scanned the surroundings, taking in the clutter of discarded documents and hastily abandoned crates that suggested recent activity. The sight of scattered papers and overturned boxes painted a picture of a hurried departure, confirming that they were not the only ones who had been here recently. The evidence of the recent disturbance provided a chilling confirmation of their suspicions. The chaotic remnants of what had clearly been a hasty and disorganized exit hinted at the urgency of the conspirators' departure. As Mara and Cale examined the clues, They knew that every piece of evidence they uncovered brought them closer to understanding the full scope of the conspiracy, and the danger it posed to both their realms. Their search was abruptly interrupted by the emergence of masked figures from the shadows, their movements as fluid as they were menacing. Weapons glinted in the dim light, and their faces were obscured by dark hoods, adding an extra layer of anonymity to their threat. The suddenness of the attack caught Mara and Kale off guard, but their reflexes quickly took over. The calm that had settled over them was replaced by a tense flurry of action, each party striving to gain the upper hand. The confrontation unfolded in a swift and intense manner. Mara's combat skills came into play immediately, her blade flashing in the low light as she parried and struck with practiced precision. Beside her, Kale moved with remarkable agility, his every motion a testament to his underwater training. Their combined efforts formed a chaotic yet effective defense, their actions synchronized through an unspoken understanding forged in the heat of the moment. Despite their differences, their cooperation in battle was seamless, highlighting the effectiveness of their uneasy alliance. The skirmish, though fierce, was relatively brief. The masked assailants, realizing they were outmatched, began to retreat into the night. The shadows swallowed them up, leaving only the echo of their hurried escape and the scattered remnants of the confrontation. As the dust settled, Mara and Kale took stock of the situation, their breaths coming in sharp, uneven gasps. The immediate danger had passed, but the encounter had left its mark on them, a stark reminder of the high stakes they were facing. In the aftermath, they found themselves surrounded by a trail of clues left behind by the retreating figures. The remnants of their attackers' hasty exit included a series of cryptic symbols and hastily discarded items that only deepened the mystery. Each clue was a puzzle piece in the larger conspiracy, hinting at a network of deception and danger that stretched beyond their current understanding. The trail was both a breadcrumb and a challenge, urging them to delve further into the labyrinthine plot. The near disaster they had just experienced underscored the perilous nature of their mission. The lengths to which the conspirators were willing to go to protect their secrets were now painfully clear. Every encounter with the unknown seemed to carry the potential for lethal consequences, reinforcing the urgency of their quest. Mara and Kale were acutely aware that their investigation was not just a race against time but a battle against forces that would stop at nothing to keep their plans hidden. As they continued their investigation, the weight of the confrontation lingered in their minds. The attack had been a stark reminder of the dangers they faced, and the knowledge that their enemies were actively working against them added a new layer of tension to their mission. Despite the setbacks and the chaos, Mara and Kale remained resolute. Their shared commitment to uncovering the truth and securing their realms drove them forward, even as the threat of further violence loomed on the horizon. As night fell and the warehouse settled back into its eerie silence, Mara and Kale took a moment to regroup. The chaotic aftermath of their confrontation was a stark contrast to the stillness around them. Their breaths had steadied, and their focus sharpened, underscoring the resilience of their partnership despite the evening's dangers. The urgency of their mission was palpable, but so was the resolve that had been forged through their shared struggle. The trail of clues they had discovered amidst the remnants of the battle was more than just a collection of scattered evidence. It was a symbol of their growing collaboration. Each clue they found added a piece to the intricate puzzle they were piecing together. Despite the escalating dangers, the fact that they had managed to extract valuable information from the confrontation spoke to the strength of their alliance, and their ability to work together under pressure. With new leads in hand, Mara and Kale prepared to push forward into the night. Their next steps were guided by the fresh insights they had gained, each one pulling them deeper into the labyrinth of the conspiracy. The warehouse had been just a waypoint on their journey, a dark and dangerous stop on the path to unraveling the broader plot. The path ahead was still fraught with uncertainty, but their determination to see their mission through was unwavering. As they moved to continue their search, the weight of their task loomed over them. The danger they faced was not just from the conspirators but from the complex web of deceit that surrounded them. Yet, with each step they took, Mara and Cale felt a renewed sense of purpose. They knew that every lead uncovered and every danger faced brought them closer to the heart of the conspiracy. Their mission was clear: to unravel the plot and prevent the disaster threatening their realms. Chapter 12: Undercover Operations. The early morning fog clung to the coast, enveloping the bustling port city in a dense shroud of secrecy. The mist rolled in thick, blurring the edges of the buildings and softening the harsh outlines of the bustling docks. The soft, gray light of dawn barely penetrated the veil, creating an ethereal, almost ghostly atmosphere that seemed to whisper of hidden dangers and covert dealings. The normally vibrant city was muted and distant, its usual clamor subdued by the fog's silent embrace. The sea serpent lay anchored in a concealed cove, its black sails furled and its presence carefully hidden from prying eyes. The ship's dark silhouette was barely discernible against the foggy backdrop, a shadow among shadows. The quiet of the early morning amplified the creaks and groans of the ship as it rocked gently with the swell of the sea. The usually confident pirate vessel seemed subdued, its crew busy preparing for the delicate task that lay ahead. Mara and Cale stood on the deck, their faces set with determination as they reviewed their plans. The murky waters reflected the uncertainty that clung to them like the fog around the city. Mara's sharp eyes scanned the horizon, noting the ominous stillness of the morning. Her stance was resolute, each movement purposeful as she readied herself for the next phase of their investigation. Beside her, Cale's demeanor was equally focused, his regal bearing momentarily softened by the practicalities of their mission. The fog obscured their view, making it difficult to gauge the exact distance to the city. Mara and Cale exchanged glances, both acutely aware that the quietude of the morning belied the tension that lay beneath. Their mission was fraught with uncertainty, and every step they took would have to be measured and deliberate. The serene surface of the water and the muted sounds of the city were deceptive, masking the high stakes and hidden dangers of their quest. As the first light of dawn began to pierce through the fog, it cast long, muted shadows over the water, creating an interplay of light and darkness that mirrored the complex nature of their task. The gradual lifting of the mist revealed glimpses of the city's silhouette, a stark contrast to the calm that enveloped the cove. Mara and Cale prepared to disembark, the fog beginning to lift as if signaling the start of their challenging journey. The port city, with its winding streets and hidden corners, was now just a faint outline against the emerging light. The once clear waters of the cove had turned murky in the pre-dawn darkness, reflecting the complexity of their mission. Mara's hand rested on the wheel as she directed the ship towards the city, her gaze sharp and alert. The fog, slowly dissipating, seemed to echo the lifting of their initial apprehensions, but the challenges ahead remained daunting. As they approached the bustling port, the fog continued to retreat, revealing a city preparing to wake. The soft, golden hues of the rising sun began to filter through the mist, casting a new light on their path. The transition from darkness to dawn mirrored their own journey from uncertainty to action. With the city now coming into clearer view, Mara and Cale knew that their investigation was about to take on a new level of intensity and danger. The quiet of the morning had given way to a more tangible sense of urgency. The port city was waking up, its hidden elements slowly coming into view. Mara and Cale understood that their mission required both precision and caution. Each step they took would be under scrutiny, and every decision had to be made with care. The early morning fog had offered them a brief respite, but now the true nature of their task was ready to unfold before them. Mara and Cale gathered their teams for a briefing, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of flickering lanterns. The early morning fog had finally lifted, but the air still carried a cool chill as they prepared for their mission. Mara, dressed in dark, nondescript clothing, looked every bit the pirate adept at blending into the shadows of the city. The usual swagger that marked her presence was subdued, replaced by a focused determination that sharpened her gaze. Cale, standing beside her, wore an expression of regal seriousness, his azure scales subtly reflecting the lantern light. His attire was equally practical, a blend of formal elegance and functional design that spoke to his dual role as both prince and operative. The lanterns cast soft shadows on his face, emphasizing the intensity in his eyes as he listened to Mara's instructions. Mara's voice cut through the quiet night, steady and commanding. "We need to infiltrate key locations where we suspect the conspirators are meeting," she said, her tone brooking no argument. She outlined their plan with precision, detailing their targets and the methods for gaining access to each location. Her strategic mind was at work, calculating every potential risk and preparing contingencies. As Mara spoke, Cale nodded in agreement, his gaze sweeping over the assembled teams. "Our goal is to gather as much information as possible and identify the key players in this conspiracy," he added, his voice carrying the weight of his royal authority. He provided additional insights into the intelligence they had gathered, emphasizing the importance of discretion and caution. The teams, consisting of Mara's rugged crew and Cale's elite guards, listened intently, their expressions a mix of determination and apprehension. The combination of their skills and knowledge was their greatest asset, but it also came with the challenge of merging different approaches and strategies. The briefing room buzzed with the low murmur of preparation as each member prepared for their assigned roles. Mara's eyes flickered over the gathered faces, assessing the readiness of her crew. "Remember, we're working against the clock," she reminded them. "Every second we waste gives the conspirators more time to advance their plans. Stay sharp, stay hidden, and be ready for anything." As the briefing concluded, the teams dispersed with a sense of purpose. The lanterns continued to flicker, casting long shadows over the preparations that were now in full swing. Mara and Cale exchanged a final, determined glance before heading out to their respective tasks. The city awaited, its dark corners hiding secrets they were determined to uncover, and the mission ahead promised to be as perilous as it was crucial. Cale, equally disguised in practical garb suited for blending in with the city's elite, stood beside Mara as they prepared to infiltrate the city's underbelly. His regal bearing was hidden beneath layers of ordinary clothing, but his keen gaze remained unwavering, a silent testament to his vigilant nature. The fine details of his disguise did little to obscure the sharp intelligence in his eyes, which scanned the surroundings with a practiced wariness. As Mara and Cale surveyed their surroundings, the soft glow of nearby lanterns illuminated their faces, highlighting the contrast between their usual selves and their current, covert appearances. The city's elite district, with its ornate facades and luxurious shops, presented a stark contrast to the dark and dangerous streets they would soon navigate. Cale's attire, though practical, could not entirely mask his innate dignity and composure. "We must be cautious," Cale warned, his voice calm yet urgent, cutting through the murmurs of the bustling city street. His tone carried the weight of his experience and the seriousness of their mission. The warning was not just a formality but a crucial reminder of the stakes involved. "The networks we're penetrating are likely guarded, and the danger is significant. Our objective is to gather information without drawing attention." Mara nodded, her expression reflecting a mix of determination and focus. She was well versed in the art of subtlety and subterfuge, but Cale's cautious demeanor served as a reminder of the complexities they faced. She appreciated his insights, understanding that their mission required not only her usual bravado but also the careful planning and precision that Cale brought to the table. The street around them was filled with the soft hum of city life, a stark contrast to the tension between them. Shopkeepers began to set up for the day, their routines unaware of the covert operations taking place just beyond their sight. The city's wealth and opulence were a facade hiding the darker elements they were about to confront. Mara glanced at Cale, her eyes meeting his with a resolute nod. "Understood. We need to blend in, gather the intelligence, and get out without causing any suspicion," she replied, her voice steady and filled with purpose. Her usual swagger was tempered by the gravity of their situation, but her confidence in their plan was unwavering. As they prepared to split up and tackle their respective tasks, the early morning sun began to cast long shadows on the cobblestone streets, a visual metaphor for the hidden dangers lurking just out of sight. The city's grandeur seemed to mock the perilous work they were about to undertake, adding a layer of irony to their mission. With one final glance at each other, a silent agreement passed between them. They understood the risks and the importance of their covert operation. As they stepped into the bustling streets, their disguises were more than mere garments. They were a shield against the scrutiny of a city that held its own secrets. The mission ahead was fraught with danger, but their determination to uncover the truth drove them forward into the heart of the conspiracy. The teams set out in different directions, each member briefed on their specific roles with a sense of purpose and urgency. Mara's crew, adept in the art of subterfuge, ventured into the city's underground taverns and shadowy back alleys. Their attire, a blend of worn garments and inconspicuous accessories, allowed them to merge seamlessly with the rougher elements of the city. As they moved through the dimly lit corners of the city, the air was thick with the aroma of smoke and ale. Mara's crew navigated the labyrinth of the underworld with practiced ease, their presence barely noticeable among the patrons who thrived in the shadows. They whispered rumors and exchanged secrets, their conversations veiled in casual tones that masked their true intentions. Their objective was clear: to gather any information that might reveal the identities or activities of high-ranking conspirators. The crew's expertise in blending in and extracting valuable intelligence was critical in this environment. Every whispered piece of gossip and every clandestine meeting was meticulously documented, each lead a potential key to unraveling the complex web of deception. The city's underbelly, with its labyrinthine passages and hidden corners, offered both opportunity and danger. Mara's crew worked with a sense of urgency, aware that the stakes were high and time was of the essence. As they delved deeper into the city's dark recesses, their resolve to uncover the truth remained steadfast, driven by the weight of their mission and the need to protect their realms. Meanwhile, Kale's operatives embarked on their mission, their approach a masterclass in subtlety and sophistication. Disguised as wealthy merchants and influential figures, they infiltrated the city's upscale venues and social circles. Their attire, elegant and meticulously chosen, allowed them to blend seamlessly with the high society they were now a part of. The opulent surroundings of the elite gatherings provided a stark contrast to the gritty underbelly of the city. The clinking of glasses and the murmur of polite conversation created a backdrop of civility that masked the underlying tension of their mission. Kale's operatives moved with practiced grace, their interactions fluid and their observations keen, as they navigated through the sophisticated facade. In the midst of extravagant parties and refined social events, their task was to remain unobtrusive while gathering crucial intelligence. They attended gatherings with the air of important, but unremarkable attendees, their conversations carefully crafted to blend in with the elite. Eavesdropping on the exchanges of the city's powerful figures, they sought out any indications of covert activities or suspicious alliances. Their presence, though carefully masked, was a whisper against the grandiose backdrop of high society. Every exchange of pleasantries and every casual conversation was scrutinized for hidden meanings or subtle clues. Their ability to remain inconspicuous while gathering valuable information was crucial to the success of their mission. The luxurious setting of the city's elite offered its own challenges and dangers. Behind the veneer of sophistication, the operatives knew that uncovering the truth required patience and a keen eye for detail. As they mingled with the upper crust of society, their focus remained sharp, driven by the urgent need to expose the conspirators lurking within these gilded circles. As the day wore on, the fog that had cloaked the port city in secrecy had lifted, revealing a clear but unsettling reality. Mara and Kale reconvened, their expressions reflecting the weight of their discoveries. The morning's mist had dissipated, but the intricate layers of their investigation only seemed to grow more complex with each passing hour. The sun cast a stark light on the pressing nature of their mission, highlighting the urgency of their next steps. Mara arrived first, her demeanor a mix of exhaustion and determination. She quickly relayed the information she had gathered during her time in the city's underground. "There's a secretive meeting scheduled at an old warehouse on the outskirts," she said, her voice steady despite the intensity of their situation. "The place is rumored to be a hotspot for illicit dealings. It's exactly the kind of location where high-ranking conspirators would hold their meetings." Kale listened intently, his focus unwavering as Mara continued her briefing. His own team had been working through the city's elite, and their findings had echoed Mara's reports. "We've uncovered similar intelligence through our channels," Kale confirmed, his tone calm but tinged with urgency. "It appears that this warehouse is indeed a key location for the conspirators. The connections between their activities and the information we've gathered point to a significant development." The revelation brought a sharp clarity to their mission. The convergence of their findings underscored the critical nature of their next move. Mara's practical knowledge of the city's shadowy corners combined with Kale's insights into the upper echelons of society provided a comprehensive view of the conspiracy's operations. The location of the warehouse became a focal point, and the need to act swiftly grew more pressing. With the details laid out, both leaders knew that time was of the essence. The warehouse, now a focal point in their investigation, represented a crucial opportunity to gain deeper insights into the plot against their realms. The complexity of their mission had only intensified, but their shared determination to uncover the truth and thwart the assassination plot was unwavering. As they prepared to move forward, the weight of their combined efforts was evident. The urgency of their mission and the gravity of their findings drove them to act decisively. The next steps would involve infiltrating the warehouse and gathering concrete evidence to unravel the conspiracy and protect their kingdoms from the looming threat. With their undercover operations unearthing a tangled web of clandestine meetings and hidden agendas, Mara and Kale faced a critical juncture in their mission. The fog of secrecy that had initially shrouded their investigation was now clearing, revealing a complex network of conspirators operating behind the scenes. The duality of their findings, Mara's street-level intelligence and Kale's high society insights, painted a clearer, though still intricate, picture of the conspiracy threatening their realms. The information they had gathered was invaluable but required meticulous analysis. The warehouse, now confirmed as a focal point of the conspirators' activities, was more than just a location. It was a key to unraveling the conspiracy's inner workings. Mara and Kale pored over the reports and intelligence, their minds racing through the potential implications of each piece of evidence. The need for a well-coordinated plan was evident. Any misstep could compromise their efforts and endanger their mission. The stakes were undeniably high, and the gravity of their task weighed heavily on both leaders. Each clue and piece of intelligence had heightened their sense of urgency. The road ahead was fraught with potential danger, and the thin line between success and failure became more apparent with each passing hour. As they prepared for the next phase of their operation, the intensity of their shared mission was palpable, underscoring the importance of their upcoming infiltration. In planning their approach to the warehouse, Mara and Kale knew that precision was key. The location was likely to be heavily guarded, and the risk of falling into traps set by the conspirators was substantial. Their strategy needed to be flawless, with every decision made under the pressure of ensuring they did not alert their adversaries. The potential for danger was ever present, making their task even more daunting. Despite their differing approaches and philosophies, the necessity of their partnership had become increasingly clear. Mara's direct, action-oriented mindset and Kale's methodical, cautious approach had to merge into a cohesive strategy. Their previous disagreements were set aside in the face of a common goal, uncovering the truth and preventing the assassination plot. Their collaboration was not just about blending their methods but about leveraging their unique strengths to achieve a shared objective. As the plans took shape, Mara and Kale's focus sharpened. The warehouse's significance as a center of conspiratorial activity meant that their infiltration needed to be both discreet and effective. They meticulously outlined their roles, ensuring that every detail of their operation was covered. The potential for danger required them to be vigilant and prepared for any eventuality. With the final preparations underway, the gravity of their mission settled over them. The success of their infiltration would hinge on their ability to navigate the intricate layers of deception surrounding the conspiracy. Every action, from the moment they approached the warehouse to their eventual departure, would be critical. The chance to thwart the plot and secure their realms was within reach, but the path forward was fraught with challenges. As they prepared to execute their plan, both leaders were acutely aware of the risks involved. The warehouse loomed as both a physical and symbolic battleground, representing the culmination of their efforts and the key to unraveling the conspiracy. Their resolve was firm, and their determination to see their mission through was unwavering, even as the uncertainty of their next steps loomed large. As the day's light waned, casting long shadows over their path, the weight of their mission became even more pronounced. The success of their undercover operations hinged on both the reliability of the information they had gathered and their skill in navigating the labyrinth of deception that had entangled them. The fading sunlight mirrored the narrowing window of opportunity to act on their findings. Mara and Cale prepared to move towards the warehouse with a sense of urgency, each step a testament to the importance of their task. The intricate web of conspiracies they were attempting to untangle had become a formidable challenge. The more they discovered, the more complex the conspiracy seemed, underscoring the necessity of maintaining a keen awareness of their surroundings. The balance between vigilance and discretion was crucial as they approached their target. Every decision made had to be executed with precision to avoid alerting the conspirators. The delicate nature of their infiltration demanded that they remain cautious, yet they had to be ready to act decisively once inside. The knowledge that any misstep could jeopardize their entire mission weighed heavily on them. Despite their best efforts, the full truth behind the assassination plot remained just out of reach. The layers of secrecy surrounding the conspiracy were proving difficult to penetrate. However, Mara and Cale's determination to uncover the truth remained unshakable. Their shared commitment to exposing the threat and protecting their realms drove them forward, even as the elusive nature of their goal tested their resolve. As they approached the warehouse, the encroaching darkness symbolized both the uncertainty of their mission and their unwavering resolve. The success of their operation would depend on their ability to unravel the conspiracy's complexities while managing the risks inherent in their covert endeavor. The stakes were high, but their dedication to seeing their mission through remained their guiding force. Chapter 13: The Mysterious Informant. As dusk settled over the port city, a cloak of darkness began to drape the bustling streets, transforming them into a labyrinth of shadow and intrigue. The air was thick with the salt of the sea and the faint hum of distant activity. Mara and Cale stood at the edge of the fog-shrouded waterfront, their gazes fixed on the abandoned warehouse that loomed ominously ahead. The warehouse, a crumbling relic of the city's industrial past, had emerged as a critical piece of their investigation into the assassination plot threatening both their realms. The day had been a grueling marathon of undercover operations and tense negotiations, each moment stretching their patience and resolve. Yet, the promise of new information had rekindled a flicker of hope and determination in their hearts. They were eager to unravel the layers of deception surrounding the conspiracy, their senses heightened and their minds focused. As they prepared to make their way toward the warehouse, the evening's chill served as a reminder of the stakes involved. Just as they were about to set their course, a shadowy figure materialized from the edge of the thickening fog. The figure's sudden appearance was both unexpected and unsettling, their presence exuding an air of mystery and secrecy. Clad in a dark cloak that concealed their identity, the informant moved with a practiced ease that suggested familiarity with the city's hidden corners. Their emergence was like a ghost from the mist, adding a layer of intrigue to an already complex mission. Mara and Kale exchanged cautious glances, their instincts alert to the potential significance of this new development. The informant's unexpected arrival interrupted their planned approach to the warehouse, introducing an element of uncertainty into their carefully laid plans. The figure's presence in the fog-laden twilight underscored the murky nature of their investigation, where allies and adversaries often blurred into one. The informant spoke with a voice that was both measured and enigmatic, hinting at crucial information but shrouding their own intentions in ambiguity. They carried an air of authority tempered by an aura of caution, as though they were accustomed to navigating the delicate balance between revelation and concealment. The promise of valuable intelligence was tantalizing, yet the informant's elusiveness added a layer of complexity to their already intricate pursuit. With the warehouse still in view and the weight of their mission pressing heavily upon them, Mara and Kale prepared to engage with the mysterious figure. The night's encroaching darkness mirrored their uncertain path, as they faced the challenge of discerning truth from deception. The informant's sudden appearance promised new insights, but it also heightened the tension, leaving Mara and Kale to navigate the shadows of both the city and the conspiracy. The evening had deepened, and the port city was cloaked in an eerie fog that seemed to swallow sound and light alike. Mara and Kale, their nerves on edge from the day's events, were poised to investigate the abandoned warehouse that held the promise of crucial information. The old structure loomed ahead, a monument to decay that stood as a grim testament to the dangers they faced. As they prepared to advance, the sudden appearance of a figure from the swirling mist caught their attention. The informant emerged with a quiet but commanding presence, cutting through the fog with an air of deliberate purpose. Cloaked in darkness, the figure's attire was a heavy, dark cloak that billowed slightly with each step, obscuring their form and concealing their identity. The wide-brimmed hat cast a shadow over their face, enhancing the sense of mystery that surrounded them. The fog seemed to cling to the informant, accentuating their spectral appearance. Their movement was fluid and practiced, every step measured and deliberate. It was clear that the informant was accustomed to navigating the shadows, their presence a blend of grace and stealth that suggested extensive experience in covert operations. This ease in the dark added an unsettling edge to their appearance, making Mara and Kale wary of the figure's true intentions. The informant's sudden arrival was both a blessing and a potential threat, adding complexity to their already tense situation. Mara and Kale exchanged a look that conveyed both curiosity and caution. The stakes of their mission were high, and the appearance of this enigmatic figure introduced a new variable into their carefully laid plans. Their instincts were sharply tuned to the potential for both valuable intelligence and possible deception. The informant's presence was a reminder of the fine line they walked between uncovering the truth and falling into a trap. The informant's voice, when it came, was low and measured, carrying a tone of authority that commanded attention. The words were carefully chosen, hinting at important information but withholding full clarity. The message was clear. The informant possessed knowledge that could advance their investigation, yet their manner and the shrouded nature of their identity made it difficult to gauge their reliability. The figure's cautious approach only deepened the mystery. As the informant spoke, the fog around them seemed to grow denser, creating a sense of isolation from the rest of the world. The dim light of the port city's lamps barely penetrated the mist, casting ghostly reflections that danced around the figure. Mara and Kale remained alert, their senses sharpened by the atmosphere of suspense. Each piece of information the informant offered was weighed against the possibility of deception. The conversation unfolded with a tension that mirrored the foggy night, where every word was scrutinized for its truthfulness. The informant's deliberate pacing and strategic revelations suggested they had their own agenda, making it crucial for Mara and Kale to navigate the interaction carefully. They were acutely aware that the answers they sought were wrapped in layers of ambiguity and potential danger. With the informant's hints leading them toward deeper layers of the conspiracy, Mara and Kale prepared to make their next move. The figure's sudden appearance had provided both an opportunity and a challenge, forcing them to reassess their approach. The night's murkiness served as a fitting backdrop to the elusive and dangerous nature of their investigation, casting long shadows over their path forward. As the informant faded back into the mist, leaving them with fragmented clues and a heightened sense of urgency, Mara and Kale were left to contemplate their next steps. The warehouse still awaited their attention, its secrets now intertwined with the enigmatic insights offered by their shadowy contact. With the informant's departure, the fog of uncertainty surrounding their mission thickened, and the race to unravel the conspiracy grew ever more critical. The informant's voice cut through the fog with a low, measured tone, each word delivered with deliberate clarity. "I have information that could change the course of your investigation," they said, their voice carrying an unmistakable air of urgency. The figure remained cloaked in darkness, their face hidden beneath the wide-brimmed hat, adding to the enigma of their presence. The soft rustle of their cloak was the only other sound in the otherwise quiet night, underscoring the tension of the moment. Despite the promise of valuable intelligence, the informant's tone was neutral, offering no hint of their true intentions or emotions. "But before I can share it, you must prove your commitment to this cause," they continued, the words hanging heavy in the mist. The insistence on proving their commitment introduced an additional layer of complexity, one that Mara and Kale would need to navigate carefully. The informant's cryptic manner made it clear that gaining their trust would not come easily. Mara's eyes narrowed, her frustration momentarily surfacing. "We don't have time for games," she snapped, her voice tinged with impatience. "If you have information that can help us, you need to share it now. Every moment we delay risks our mission." The urgency in her voice was palpable, reflecting the mounting pressure of their investigation. Her typical decisiveness clashed with the informant's cautious approach, adding a new level of tension to their already strained situation. The informant's stance remained firm, their voice unwavering as they responded. "Trust must be earned, even in the face of such grave danger," they said, their words revealing nothing of their own motivations or the nature of the information they held. The figure's composed demeanor in the face of Mara's frustration suggested a deep understanding of their own position and the stakes involved. The challenge of proving their commitment only served to heighten the sense of mystery surrounding their contact. Kale, observing the exchange with a mixture of concern and determination, stepped forward. "What do you need us to do?" he asked, his voice calm and measured. His approach was more strategic, aiming to address the informant's demands while keeping the conversation focused on their mutual goal. The contrast between Mara's impatience and Kale's measured response highlighted their differing strategies but underscored their shared objective. As the informant considered Kale's question, the mist thickened around them, amplifying the sense of isolation and secrecy. The figure's response came slowly, each word chosen with care. "There is a test of loyalty that you must undertake," they said. "Only then will you earn the information you seek." The conditions placed upon them added another layer of complexity to their already precarious situation. Mara and Kale exchanged glances, their resolve hardening as they prepared to face whatever challenge lay ahead. The conversation concluded with the informant's figure receding into the fog, leaving Mara and Kale to ponder their next steps. The promise of crucial information, now coupled with the need to prove their commitment, set the stage for the next phase of their investigation. As they turned their attention back to the abandoned warehouse, the weight of the informant's cryptic challenge loomed over them, underscoring the urgent need to unravel the conspiracy and secure their mission's success. Mara's eyes narrowed as she stared into the shifting fog, her patience wearing thin under the weight of their urgent mission. Her frustration was palpable, each word she spoke carrying the sharp edge of her mounting impatience. "We don't have time for games," she said, her voice cutting through the chill of the night. The intensity in her gaze and the forcefulness in her tone contrasted sharply with the informant's calm and cryptic presence. "If you have information, we need it now," Mara continued, her frustration rising. Her voice was urgent, the gravity of their situation weighing heavily on her words. "Lives are at stake." The contrast between Mara's direct, no-nonsense approach and the informant's enigmatic demeanor was stark, amplifying the tension between their immediate need for answers and the informant's measured reluctance to provide them. The informant's silhouette remained unmoved, their face obscured beneath the brim of their hat, their presence almost otherworldly in the foggy haze. They maintained a deliberate silence for a moment, letting Mara's words sink in. When they finally spoke, their tone was calm and composed, a deliberate counterpoint to Mara's frustration. "Trust must be earned," they said, their voice low but unwavering. "Even in the face of such grave danger." Cale stepped forward, his demeanor more measured than Mara's, aiming to bridge the growing rift between their impatience and the informant's cryptic requirements. "What do you need us to do?" he asked, his voice steady and calm. His approach was calculated, seeking to address the informant's demands while keeping the conversation focused on their shared goal. The contrast between Mara's directness and Cale's strategic inquiry underscored their different tactics in dealing with the situation. The informant considered Cale's question with a deliberate pause, the fog swirling around them, adding to the atmosphere of secrecy and suspense. "There is a test of loyalty that you must undertake," they finally said. "Only then will you earn the information you seek." Their words were measured, adding another layer of complexity to the challenge Mara and Cale faced. The informant's reluctance to divulge information until their loyalty was proven only heightened the stakes of their mission. Mara's frustration flared again, her hands clenching into fists at her sides. "What kind of test?" she demanded, her voice straining against the calm facade she struggled to maintain. Her desire for immediate answers clashed with the informant's inscrutable terms, creating a palpable tension in the dim light of the lanterns. The uncertainty of the test added another obstacle to their already precarious situation. As the informant's figure receded into the fog, leaving Mara and Cale to contemplate their next move, the weight of their challenge settled heavily on their shoulders. The promise of crucial information, now tangled with the requirement of proving their commitment, set the stage for a new phase in their investigation. As they prepared to face whatever the test entailed, the urgency of their mission and the stakes of the conspiracy loomed larger than ever. As the evening deepened, Mara and Cale faced the enigmatic informant with a mixture of frustration and resolve. The informant, draped in a dark cloak and hood, emerged from the fog, their presence both intriguing and unsettling. The fog swirled around them, adding an extra layer of mystery to their already elusive nature. The informant's voice, low and measured, cut through the murkiness of the night, carrying an air of urgency that suggested the gravity of their revelations. "I have information that could change the course of your investigation," the informant said, their tone carefully neutral. The words hung in the air, laden with promise yet offering little in the way of immediate answers. "But before I can share it, you must prove your commitment to this cause. Trust must be earned, even in the face of such grave danger." The figure's manner was deliberately cryptic, hinting at deeper layers of the conspiracy while concealing their own motives. Mara's patience, already frayed from a long day of investigation, snapped. Her eyes narrowed, reflecting her growing frustration. "We don't have time for games," she snapped, her voice edged with urgency. "If you have information, we need it now. Lives are at stake." Her direct, no-nonsense approach clashed with the informant's enigmatic demeanor, underscoring the tension between their immediate need for answers and the informant's reluctance to provide them. Cale, observing the interaction with a calm yet firm demeanor, sensed the need for a more diplomatic approach. He stepped forward, his gaze steady and composed. "What do you need from us to share the information?" he asked, his voice calm and measured. "We understand the need for caution, but we are prepared to offer whatever is necessary to gain your trust." His attempt to bridge the gap between their demands and the informant's conditions demonstrated both his commitment to the mission and his diplomatic skills. The informant's gaze, hidden beneath the brim of their hat, seemed to weigh Cale's words carefully. There was a brief pause before they spoke again, their voice a soft whisper in the encroaching darkness. "Trust is not given lightly," they said. "It must be earned through actions, not just words. Prove that you are dedicated to this cause beyond mere words, and I will consider sharing what I know." The informant's cryptic reply only added to the complexity of their already challenging situation. Mara, though still visibly tense, recognized the necessity of compromise. She exchanged a glance with Cale, understanding that their next move would need to balance their urgency with the informant's demands. The night seemed to close in around them, the fog thickening as if to conceal the secrets they sought. The situation was fraught with danger, but both Mara and Cale were determined to find a way to navigate it. The informant's presence seemed to merge with the encroaching darkness, their hidden eyes scanning the surrounding fog for any signs of eavesdroppers or lurking threats. Their cloaks swirled around them like a shroud, adding to the air of mystery that clung to their every movement. After a moment's contemplation, they reached into the depths of their cloak and produced a small, intricately carved box. The box's ornate patterns caught what little light there was, hinting at the secrets it held within. "This contains details about the conspirators and their plans," the informant said, their voice carrying a gravity that made the words resonate with a chilling significance. They handed the box to Cale, who accepted it with a steady hand. The weight of the box seemed to reflect the burden of the information it held. The informant's warning lingered in the cool air, a final admonition that underscored the gravity of their exchange. "But be warned," the informant continued, their tone low and urgent. "The path ahead is fraught with danger. Trust no one, and remember that not everything is as it seems." Their warning was a stark reminder of the perilous nature of their investigation, a final note of caution before they melted back into the fog. The informant's figure seemed to dissolve into the mist, leaving Mara and Cale with a heavy sense of foreboding. Cale's fingers tightened around the box, the intricacy of its design a stark contrast to the darkness that surrounded them. He glanced at Mara, his expression reflecting both the weight of the responsibility and the danger they faced. "We need to examine this carefully," he said, his voice steady despite the tension of the moment. "This information could be crucial, but we must remain vigilant." Mara nodded, her gaze fixed on the retreating figure of the informant as they disappeared into the murk. "We'll need to be cautious," she said, her tone reflecting a blend of determination and wariness. "The informant's warning suggests that there's more at play here than we know. We'll have to sift through this information and stay one step ahead of our enemies." As the night grew colder and the fog deepened, Mara and Cale turned their attention to the carved box. The weight of the informant's words hung heavily over them, their sense of urgency sharpened by the new lead and the ominous warning. Each step they took would need to be measured and precise, their resolve steeled against the hidden dangers that lay ahead. With that, the informant turned swiftly and vanished into the encroaching darkness, their figure melting seamlessly into the night. The fog seemed to swallow them whole, their exit as enigmatic as their arrival. Mara and Cale stood in the dim light, holding the small, intricately carved box, their minds racing with the implications of the informant's cryptic message. The urgency of their situation had intensified, the mysterious box now a focal point of their investigation. The air around them felt heavier with the weight of their task, each breath a visible puff in the chilly evening. As the shadows deepened and the first stars began to pierce the sky, Mara and Cale exchanged a look that conveyed both the gravity of their mission and their mutual resolve. The informant's sudden disappearance only added to the layers of intrigue that enveloped their pursuit, casting long, dark shadows over their efforts. With a shared sense of determination, they moved to a nearby alleyway, where the faint glow of a lantern offered just enough light to examine their prize. Mara's fingers traced the intricate carvings on the box's surface, noting the fine craftsmanship and the subtle hints of artistry that seemed almost out of place in the grim reality of their search. Her gaze flicked up to meet Cale's, her expression reflecting a mix of curiosity and caution. Cale, his eyes fixed on the box, carefully lifted the lid with deliberate precision. The hinges creaked softly, revealing a collection of neatly arranged papers and a few small, sealed envelopes. Each item was meticulously organized, suggesting a deliberate effort to keep the contents in order. As he examined the items, his royal composure remained unshaken, but his mind was already piecing together the potential significance of the information before them. The contents of the box were a blend of handwritten notes, coded messages, and diagrams that hinted at complex schemes. The carefully scripted notes seemed to detail various aspects of the conspiracy, each one potentially a clue leading to the masterminds behind the plot. Cale's fingers skimmed over the documents, his mind working to decode the intricate web of deception they were beginning to unravel. Mara's eyes narrowed as she examined the contents with a sharp, discerning gaze. Her usual impatience was tempered by a focused determination to extract every useful detail from the documents. "We need to analyze this information thoroughly," she said, her voice steady despite the mounting tension. "There could be critical clues hidden in these notes that will help us understand the full extent of the conspiracy." As they continued their examination, the night grew colder, and the city around them seemed to hold its breath. The urgency of their mission became palpable, each moment fraught with the potential for discovery or danger. The cost of obtaining the information remained unclear, but its potential value was undeniable. Mara and Cale were acutely aware that their next steps could be pivotal in uncovering the truth and thwarting the looming threat. The weight of their newfound knowledge pressed heavily upon them, each piece of information a thread in the complex tapestry of their investigation. As they carefully studied the documents and made notes of their findings, the gravity of their task became increasingly apparent. The path ahead was fraught with peril, but the resolve to see their mission through was unwavering. The mysterious informant's intervention had set them on a new course, and they were determined to follow it to its conclusion, no matter where it led. The night deepened, wrapping the warehouse in a cloak of darkness that seemed to stretch endlessly. Its darkened silhouette loomed ahead, stark and foreboding against the backdrop of the moonless sky. Mara and Cale approached with a palpable sense of urgency, the dim glow of their lanterns barely penetrating the encroaching gloom. The warehouse, with its weathered facade and broken windows, stood as a silent sentinel to the secrets it might hold. Equipped with new leads from the enigmatic informant, Mara and Cale knew that their next steps were crucial. The information they had received was a key piece of the puzzle, yet it also led them to more questions than answers. The sense of anticipation was heavy in the air, each shadow and creak of the warehouse adding to the tension. They were acutely aware that the path to uncovering the full scope of the conspiracy was fraught with uncertainty and potential danger. As they neared the warehouse, their preparation was meticulous. Mara's sharp gaze was fixed on the building, her mind racing through the implications of their new intel. The subtle clues and hints provided by the informant had opened up new avenues of investigation, but the answers they sought remained elusive. Cale, his expression set in determination, scanned the surroundings, his regal bearing hidden beneath practical attire, ready to confront whatever awaited them inside. With every step toward the warehouse, the weight of their mission grew heavier. The dangers that lay ahead were now more tangible, the sense of imminent confrontation blending with the fog of uncertainty. Mara and Cale understood that they were on the brink of a critical juncture, where every decision could impact the outcome of their investigation. The warehouse stood as both a literal and metaphorical threshold, marking the transition from uncertainty to revelation. Chapter 14 A Betrayal Revealed. The warehouse loomed ominously against the night sky, its silhouette a jagged black outline against the darkened horizon. The faint glow of distant city lights barely pierced the oppressive darkness, leaving the building shrouded in shadow. As Mara and Cale approached, the air grew colder, carrying with it a sense of foreboding that matched their own heightened vigilance. The excitement of their recent discovery had been tempered by the weight of their mission, the gravity of their task pressing down on them as they neared their destination. Mara's eyes swept over the warehouse's grim exterior, her mind racing with the possibilities of what they might find inside. Every creak of the wooden planks beneath her feet and every whisper of wind against the building's walls seemed amplified in the stillness of the night. Her usual confidence was overshadowed by an acute sense of caution. The stakes of their investigation were too high to be careless. The shadows seemed to shift and writhe, mirroring her growing unease as they approached the warehouse's entrance. Inside, the warehouse was a labyrinth of dimly lit spaces, filled with the echoes of their footsteps and the occasional drip of water from the ceiling. The air was thick with dust and the faint, metallic tang of age-old machinery. Mara and Cale, their senses finely attuned to any sign of movement, moved carefully through the dim spaces. Their goal was to uncover crucial evidence that would shed light on the conspiracy threatening both Eldoria and Atlantia. But the silence of the warehouse was deceptive, concealing more than just physical danger. As they began to methodically search the warehouse, their movements were punctuated by the occasional clatter of a fallen crate or the rustle of discarded papers. The dim light from their lanterns cast long, wavering shadows on the walls, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Each corner they investigated seemed to hold the promise of revelation, but their search was soon interrupted by an unexpected and shocking discovery. A trusted member of Mara's crew was caught trying to sneak away with a bag of documents. The traitor's sudden appearance in the dim light of the warehouse was like a jolt to their mission. Mara's face, usually so resolute, was now a mask of shock and fury. Her heart raced as she processed the betrayal, the weight of the moment making her hands tremble. Cale, standing beside her, watched with a grave expression, his own sense of betrayal mixing with the concern for their safety. The realization that they had been compromised added a new layer of danger to their already perilous mission. The traitor's fearful eyes darted between Mara and the floor, their pleas for forgiveness mingling with the clatter of their fallen bag. "I didn't have a choice," they stammered, their voice breaking under the weight of their confession. "They threatened my family. I was forced to betray you." The words rang hollow in the tense silence, and the implications of their actions became glaringly clear. The trust Mara had placed in her crew was shattered, and the ramifications of this betrayal loomed large over their investigation. With the traitor's confession hanging in the air, Mara and Cale were forced to confront the reality of their situation. The warehouse, once a potential gold mine of information, had become a grim reminder of the risks they faced. The discovery of the traitor not only jeopardized their plans but also cast a shadow of suspicion over every member of Mara's crew. The uncertainty of their allies' loyalty added a dangerous complexity to their mission, forcing them to question who they could truly trust. As they regrouped in the aftermath of the betrayal, Mara and Cale knew that their path forward was fraught with new challenges. The once clear objective of their mission was now overshadowed by the need to rebuild trust and reassess their strategy. With the warehouse serving as a stark reminder of their precarious situation, they prepared to continue their search for the truth, their resolve deepened but their trust in their allies irrevocably shaken. As Mara's crew entered the warehouse, their movements were swift and deliberate, blending seamlessly with the shadowy corners of the murky interior. The low light cast eerie patterns on the walls, creating a labyrinthine effect that only heightened the crew's sense of unease. Their exhaustion was evident in their haggard expressions and the occasional falter in their otherwise practiced steps. The warehouse, with its oppressive silence and dimness, seemed to amplify their weariness, adding to the mounting pressure of their task. Mara stood at the edge of the chaos, her focus razor-sharp despite the growing fatigue among her crew. She was a whirlwind of activity, alternating between securing the perimeter and poring over the newly acquired information from the mysterious informant. Her brow was furrowed in concentration, each detail of the data scrutinized with the urgency of their situation. The weight of their mission pressed heavily upon her shoulders, and she fought to keep her team's morale intact as they navigated the darkened warehouse. The tension within the crew was becoming increasingly palpable, and the once harmonious team dynamics were showing signs of strain. Soft murmurs of discontent began to ripple through the group, a stark contrast to their previous camaraderie. Mara, absorbed in her own tasks, initially dismissed these whispers as a byproduct of their relentless schedule and mounting stress. However, the undercurrent of discontent was impossible to ignore, a subtle but growing threat to their unity. Despite Mara's efforts to keep her team focused, the strain of the mission was beginning to take its toll. The warehouse, with its dimly lit expanses and echoing silence, seemed to amplify the crew's fatigue and unease. Every creak of the floorboards and distant rustle heightened their collective tension, making the atmosphere thick with apprehension. The challenge of maintaining their effectiveness while dealing with the creeping sense of distrust was a daunting task, one that Mara was determined to address even as the stakes continued to rise. The betrayal was exposed in a most unexpected manner, an intercepted message. The warehouse, cloaked in shadows and silence, was alive with the soft rustle of movement as Mara and Kale meticulously searched for hidden compartments and incriminating documents. The air was heavy with anticipation and a growing sense of urgency. Their coordinated effort to uncover vital clues was momentarily interrupted by a startling sight: a crew member, who had always been regarded as a loyal ally, attempting to slip away from the group. This trusted confidant, clutching a bulging bag that seemed oddly heavy, moved with a furtive urgency. The creaking floorboards betrayed their every step, drawing the attention of Mara and Kale. As they closed in on the figure, the contents of the bag became all too clear: documents that were supposed to be tightly guarded secrets. The shock of the revelation was immediate and profound, leaving Mara momentarily paralyzed as the reality of the betrayal set in. Mara's disbelief quickly morphed into a tempest of anger and confusion. Her eyes, previously focused on the task at hand, now blazed with fury. The traitor, caught red-handed, stammered in an attempt to justify their actions, but the gravity of the situation left little room for excuses. The documents, now visible to all, bore the weight of treachery, revealing the traitor's involvement in the conspiracy they had been working so hard to unravel. Kale's expression mirrored Mara's shock, though his demeanor remained composed as he processed the betrayal. He stood beside Mara, his presence a silent but strong support as she confronted the traitor. The warehouse, once a symbol of their investigative progress, now felt like a stark battleground where trust was shattered. The betrayal had not only compromised their mission but had also sown seeds of doubt about the reliability of their remaining allies. The confrontation was intense, with Mara's voice cutting through the tense silence like a blade. Her questions were sharp and accusatory, demanding answers that the traitor seemed ill-prepared to provide. The air crackled with the weight of their shared betrayal, each word an accusation amplifying the gravity of their situation. The traitors' attempts at deflection only fueled Mara's anger, creating a palpable tension that threatened to unravel further. As the confrontation reached its peak, Mara and Kale realized that their situation was more precarious than ever. The betrayal had exposed not only a personal breach of trust but also a critical vulnerability in their operations. The stolen documents contained information that could potentially endanger their entire investigation, and the implications of the traitors' actions were far-reaching. The urgency of their mission now seemed even more pressing, with the specter of their compromised security looming large. In the aftermath, Mara and Kale were left grappling with the fallout of the betrayal. The warehouse, now a symbol of their shattered trust, was filled with the remnants of their disrupted plans. They needed to reassess their strategy, bolster their remaining resources, and secure their operation against any further breaches. The challenge ahead was formidable, but their resolve to see the mission through was strengthened by the harsh lesson of trust and betrayal they had just experienced. "Why?" Mara demanded, her voice a low, dangerous growl as she cornered the traitor in the dimly lit corner of the warehouse. Her eyes, sharp and unforgiving, locked onto the crew member who stood trembling in the flickering light. The warehouse's shadowy corners seemed to close in around them, adding to the suffocating tension of the moment. The traitor's face was a mask of guilt and fear, their eyes darting nervously between Mara and the floor, unable to meet her steely gaze. The traitors swallowed hard, their breath coming in uneven gasps. I didn't mean for it to come to this," they stammered, their voice barely above a whisper. The bag of incriminating documents lay discarded on the ground between them, a stark reminder of the gravity of their actions. Mara's anger simmered just below the surface, her patience thin as she awaited a more coherent explanation. "How could you betray us like this?" Mara's voice was low but laced with venom, her tone betraying the depth of her hurt and anger. Her fingers clenched into fists at her sides as she struggled to contain the storm of emotions roiling within her. The dim light cast harsh shadows across her face, accentuating the intensity of her expression as she awaited the traitor's response. The traitor's shoulders slumped, their resolve crumbling under the weight of Mara's accusations. "I needed the money," they confessed, their voice trembling. "They promised me wealth and safety in exchange for information. I didn't realize how dangerous it was, or how deep the conspiracy ran." The confession was a pitiful attempt to justify their actions, but it did little to alleviate the crushing disappointment in Mara's eyes. The air between them was thick with the scent of betrayal and desperation. Mara's frustration was palpable as she struggled to process the implications of the traitor's actions. "You've endangered everything we've worked for," she said, her voice edged with a cold finality. "All our efforts, all our trust. It's been for nothing if we can't rely on those closest to us." Her words hung heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the personal cost of their mission. As the traitor's gaze fell to the floor, defeated and remorseful, Mara and Kale exchanged a solemn look. The betrayal had exposed a critical vulnerability, forcing them to confront the harsh reality of their situation. With the documents in hand and the traitor's admissions still echoing in their minds, they knew that their next steps had to be calculated and cautious, ensuring that no further breaches would compromise their mission. Mara's heart raced as she confronted the traitor, her anger barely contained. The warehouse, once a place of promising leads and hopeful discoveries, had now become a stage for deception and betrayal. The dim, flickering light cast eerie shadows across the walls, accentuating the tension of the moment. The traitor's eyes were wide with fear, their hands shaking uncontrollably as they faced Mara's seething wrath. The bag of incriminating documents lay discarded on the ground, a stark symbol of their treachery. The traitor's voice trembled as they attempted to explain their actions, words tumbling out in a jumbled mess of excuses. I was coerced, they stammered, their gaze darting between Mara and the floor. The pleading in their voice did little to soften the blow of their betrayal. Mara's expression hardened as she listened, her fury unabated by the traitors' attempts at justification. The harsh reality of their situation became clearer with each shaky word. I didn't have a choice, the traitor pleaded, their desperation palpable. The revelation of coercion, an external threat to their family, only deepened the complexity of the situation. Mara's face reflected a mixture of disbelief and frustration, her mind racing to reconcile this new information with the betrayal she felt. The implications of such an act raised troubling questions about the integrity of those around them, and the lengths to which enemies were willing to go. Mara's trust, once a cornerstone of their mission, lay in ruins as she grappled with the reality of the betrayal. The traitor's confession had shattered her confidence in her crew, leaving her to question who else might be compromised. The warehouse's cold, unfeeling walls seemed to close in around her, echoing the sense of isolation and vulnerability that now plagued her. Each moment of uncertainty added weight to her growing sense of betrayal. The traitor's pleas did little to assuage Mara's anger, leaving her with lingering questions about the integrity of those she had trusted. As the gravity of the situation settled in, she found herself grappling with the implications of the betrayal on their mission. The once clear path ahead was now obscured by doubt and suspicion, forcing Mara to reassess her approach and the reliability of her remaining allies. Despite the turmoil within her, Mara knew that she had to act with calculated precision. The betrayal had exposed a critical vulnerability that could jeopardize their mission. Her mind raced through potential strategies to mitigate the damage and prevent further breaches. She exchanged a solemn look with Cale, their shared understanding of the situation underscoring the urgency of their next steps. With the traitor's admission still echoing in her mind, Mara was faced with the daunting task of rebuilding trust within her team. The implications of the betrayal required her to be more vigilant and discerning in her dealings. As she prepared to address her remaining crew and assess their loyalty, Mara understood that the path to uncovering the conspiracy now demanded greater scrutiny and caution than ever before. Cale, standing by with a steady gaze, observed the unfolding confrontation with a mix of concern and contemplation. The gravity of the situation was evident in the way his usually composed demeanor seemed to falter, revealing the depth of his unease. The dim light of the warehouse highlighted the tense expressions of everyone present, and the air was thick with the weight of betrayal. As Mara's anger flared and the traitors stammered out their explanations, Cale's mind raced through the implications of this breach. His thoughts were methodical, a stark contrast to the chaotic emotions surrounding him. "We need to understand who else might be compromised," he said, his voice carrying a grave tone that cut through the noise of the warehouse. His words were a somber acknowledgment of the risks they now faced. The traitors' fearful eyes met Cale's with a mix of pleading and defiance, but their explanations did little to sway Cale's resolve. The possibility that other members of their team could be similarly vulnerable was a chilling thought. Cale's focus shifted to the broader implications of the betrayal, recognizing that their mission's success hinged on their ability to identify and address potential weaknesses within their ranks. Mara, still grappling with the shock of the betrayal, nodded in agreement with Cale's assessment. The realization that the threat could be more widespread than initially thought added a layer of urgency to their situation. Her anger was tempered by the practical necessity of reassessing their security measures and the loyalty of those around them. The warehouse, now a symbol of their fractured trust, seemed to close in on them with its oppressive silence. The weight of Cale's words hung heavily in the air, casting a long shadow over their efforts. The traitor's admission had revealed not just a personal betrayal but a potential systemic flaw that needed urgent attention. As Mara prepared to address her remaining crew, Cale's steady presence provided a grounding influence amidst the turmoil, underscoring the need for a strategic response. "We have to be thorough in our investigation," Cale continued, his voice firm but tempered with a sense of pragmatic urgency. "If there are others who could be compromised, we must uncover them before they can cause more damage." His words were a call to action, emphasizing the need for vigilance and a methodical approach to addressing the betrayal. Mara glanced at Cale, appreciating the clarity of his perspective even as she struggled to maintain her composure. The path ahead was fraught with challenges, but Cale's calm resolve offered a beacon of direction in the midst of their crisis. Together, they would need to navigate the treacherous landscape of deception and rebuild the trust that had been so cruelly shattered. As the two of them set their plan into motion, the reality of their situation weighed heavily on their shoulders. The warehouse, once a potential source of crucial information, had now become a stark reminder of the complexities and dangers of their mission. With each step forward, they were acutely aware of the need to be both cautious and decisive. In the silence that followed Cale's pronouncement, the only sounds were the faint echoes of their own footsteps and the distant hum of the city beyond. The betrayal had cast a long shadow over their efforts, but as Mara and Cale prepared to confront the fallout, they understood that their resolve and unity would be critical in overcoming the obstacles that lay ahead. As Mara dealt with the immediate fallout of the betrayal, her focus began to shift towards the broader ramifications of the breach. The warehouse, once a scene of intense confrontation, now seemed to close in around her with its heavy silence. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on her shoulders, and she struggled to reconcile the betrayal with the mission's critical objectives. The implications of the betrayal extended far beyond the personal affront. They threatened to undermine the very core of their mission. The trust she had placed in her crew had been shattered, and the sense of security that once bound them together was now fragmented. Each member of her team became a potential risk, their loyalty called into question as the reality of the conspiracy unfolded. The discovery of the traitor had not only jeopardized their carefully laid plans but also cast a pervasive shadow of suspicion over every member of Mara's crew. The once clear lines between ally and enemy became increasingly blurred, creating an atmosphere of uncertainty and mistrust. The cohesion that had previously defined their efforts was now fractured, replaced by a pervasive sense of paranoia. As Mara navigated through this newfound distrust, she found herself grappling with the daunting task of re-establishing control and reassessing her strategy. The challenge was not just to continue the mission but to do so while managing the intricate dynamics of her team's shifting loyalties. Each decision now carried the weight of potential consequences, and the pressure to act with both precision and caution intensified. The betrayal forced Mara to confront a troubling reality. She could no longer take the loyalty of her crew for granted. The need to rebuild trust while remaining vigilant against further threats became a central concern. She knew that every interaction and decision would be scrutinized, and the potential for further treachery loomed as a constant threat to their progress. With a heavy heart and a sharpened resolve, Mara prepared to address the challenges ahead. The path forward was fraught with danger and uncertainty, but she understood that overcoming these obstacles required not only tactical acumen but also a renewed sense of unity and trust. The journey ahead would test her leadership and determination as she sought to navigate the treacherous waters of both the conspiracy and her fractured team. In the aftermath of the betrayal, the warehouse stood as a somber monument to the trials they faced. The shadows of the night seemed to loom even darker, reflecting the disarray within their ranks. The walls, once a backdrop for strategic planning, now bore witness to the cracks forming in their unity. The heavy silence that had settled over the space was thick with the weight of broken trust and unresolved tension. The revelation of treachery had cast a long shadow over their mission, making every step forward fraught with suspicion. Each member of Mara's crew now appeared under a scrutinizing eye, their every move questioned and their loyalty doubted. The once clear lines of alliance had become blurred, and the certainty of their collective purpose was marred by the creeping unease of potential betrayal from within. Mara and Kale were left grappling with the complexities introduced by this breach of trust. They knew that the path to uncovering the conspiracy was now more convoluted than ever. The integrity of their mission hinged not only on the information they could gather but also on their ability to maintain cohesion within their ranks amidst the growing uncertainty. The stakes had been raised, and their resolve to see the mission through remained, but the journey ahead promised to be riddled with complications. Despite the growing mistrust, Mara and Kale's determination to uncover the truth remained steadfast. They understood that every new piece of information could either be a breakthrough or a further complication. The betrayal had galvanized their commitment to the cause, reinforcing their shared goal to expose the conspiracy and prevent the impending disaster. The challenges now before them extended beyond the external threats posed by the conspiracy. The internal strife, fueled by distrust and fear, presented a significant hurdle. Mara and Kale knew they needed to address these issues head-on, working to re-establish trust and cohesion among their allies while continuing their pursuit of the truth. The balance between vigilance and action had become a delicate and crucial aspect of their strategy. As they prepared to move forward, the need for heightened vigilance was clear. The betrayal had underscored the precarious nature of their quest, reminding them that danger could come from any direction. Every decision would have to be made with careful consideration, weighing the potential for both risk and reward. The mission's success depended on their ability to navigate these treacherous waters with both skill and caution. Mara and Kale, though disheartened by the betrayal, drew strength from their shared resolve. They knew that the path ahead was uncertain, but their determination to see the mission through remained unwavering. The challenges of the journey had only served to strengthen their commitment to uncovering the truth and thwarting the conspiracy's nefarious plans. As the night deepened and the warehouse stood silent once more, Mara and Kale faced the daunting task of regrouping and reassessing their approach. The road ahead would test their resilience and their ability to overcome not only external threats, but also the internal discord that had been sown. Their quest to expose the conspiracy and safeguard their realms continued, now marked by a renewed sense of urgency and the imperative to tread carefully amidst the shadows of betrayal. Chapter 15: A Tangled Web. The morning sun cast a cold, gray light over the port city as Mara and Kale regrouped, their faces etched with the weight of recent revelations. The warehouse where they had uncovered the traitors seemed a distant memory, overshadowed by the urgent task now before them. The revelation of betrayal had shaken their confidence and introduced a new layer of complexity to their mission. With trust in their crew eroded, the stakes of their investigation had escalated dramatically. As they sifted through the evidence, Mara and Kale found themselves immersed in a labyrinth of deceit. The documents and intelligence they had accumulated painted a picture of a conspiracy far more intricate than they had initially imagined. The information revealed a tangled web of alliances and rivalries among the conspirators, each faction maneuvering for advantage and concealing its true intentions. The challenge of understanding these connections felt overwhelming, as each clue seemed to lead them deeper into a maze of political intrigue and hidden agendas. The complexity of the situation only heightened their sense of urgency. Mara's frustration with the convoluted nature of the conspiracy was palpable. She was determined to cut through the layers of deceit and uncover the truth, but the shifting alliances and deceptive plots made it difficult to determine who could be trusted. Her usual decisive approach was hampered by the necessity to navigate this intricate web of relationships, testing her patience and resolve. Cale, with his methodical and strategic mindset, tried to piece together the puzzle with a more cautious approach. His experience in royal politics allowed him to appreciate the subtleties of the various factions involved. He meticulously analyzed the connections between the conspirators, seeking to identify patterns and motivations that might reveal their next moves. The web of alliances and rivalries was as much a challenge to his analytical skills as it was a source of mounting concern. As Mara and Cale worked together to untangle the conspiracy, they faced the reality of their precarious situation. The web of deceit they were navigating not only complicated their mission but also tested their ability to cooperate under stress. The revelation of betrayal had introduced an element of mistrust that added to the difficulty of their task. Despite the obstacles, their commitment to uncovering the truth and thwarting the conspiracy remained resolute, driving them forward into the unknown. With a renewed sense of purpose, Mara and Cale immersed themselves in the wealth of information they had gathered, determined to make sense of the fragmented clues. The morning light cast a harsh glare on the documents spread across their makeshift workspace, highlighting the complexity of their task. Each piece of evidence, whether a hastily scribbled note or a meticulously detailed map, added a layer to the intricate puzzle they were trying to solve. Their focus was on deciphering the intricate web of factions involved in the conspiracy. The documents and intelligence reports suggested that the conspiracy was not a simple, monolithic entity but a coalition of various interests, each pursuing its own agenda. The alliances and rivalries among these groups were far more convoluted than they had initially anticipated. Understanding these relationships was crucial to unraveling the true nature of the threat they faced. As they sifted through the clues, it became evident that their adversaries operated with a complex, multifaceted strategy. The seemingly disparate threads of the conspiracy were woven together in a way that made it difficult to discern the full scope of their enemies' plans. Mara and Cale realized that every faction had its own motivations and hidden agendas, making the task of identifying and confronting the central force behind the conspiracy even more challenging. The revelation of this tangled network of interests added a new layer of urgency to their mission. Each faction's overlapping goals and shifting alliances complicated their efforts to predict and counteract the conspirators' moves. Mara and Cale, despite their differing methods and perspectives, were united in their resolve to navigate this treacherous web and expose the truth behind the conspiracy. Their determination was bolstered by the understanding that the more they uncovered, the closer they came to dismantling the dangerous plot threatening both their realms. Mara's approach was direct and unyielding, her focus unwavering as she examined the sprawling array of documents and maps spread across their table. Her sharp eyes darted from one detail to another, searching for patterns amidst the chaos. She tapped a finger on a particularly intricate network of connections sketched out on a map. "We need to identify the key players and their connections," she said, her voice firm and laced with determination. "If we can map out their alliances and rivalries, we'll have a better understanding of how to disrupt their plans." Her intensity was palpable, her frustration evident as she scoured the information with a relentless drive. The complexities of the conspiracy seemed to shift and multiply before her eyes, each new clue adding another layer to the tangled web. Mara's impatience grew with every obstacle that arose, her determination to cut through the layers of deception matching her growing exasperation. She was driven by a singular focus: to untangle the web of deceit and expose the truth. Kale, observing Mara's fervor, remained calm yet perceptive. He knew the importance of Mara's approach but also recognized the need for a more measured perspective. We must consider the broader implications of their connections, he suggested, his tone steady but thoughtful. Understanding how their alliances influence their actions will help us anticipate their next moves. We need to look beyond the immediate details. Mara nodded, acknowledging Kale's insight while maintaining her intense focus. I understand that, she replied, her voice tinged with frustration. But we can't afford to get bogged down in the minutiae. We need to act quickly and decisively. The longer we wait, the more time the conspirators have to execute their plans. Her determination to push forward, despite the mounting challenges, was a testament to her resolve. Kale stepped closer, offering a more methodical approach to complement Mara's directness. Perhaps we should prioritize the most significant connections first, he suggested. By isolating the central figures and understanding their immediate impact, we can more effectively disrupt their network. His calm demeanor provided a counterbalance to Mara's urgency, guiding their strategy amidst the chaos. Mara glanced at Kale, her frustration momentarily softened by his measured advice. All right, she conceded. Let's focus on the most crucial connections. We'll break down their network into manageable pieces and tackle them one by one. Her resolve remained as strong as ever, but she was beginning to appreciate the value of Kale's strategic approach as they continued their relentless pursuit of the truth. Kale, in contrast to Mara's direct approach, adopted a more methodical stance. His royal background had instilled in him the importance of strategy and careful planning. As he meticulously examined the intricate network of alliances, he noted the subtleties and complexities that Mara's straightforward tactics might overlook. The interconnections between these factions are more intricate than we anticipated, he observed, his tone reflective. Each group seems to be playing a double game, aligning with others while simultaneously plotting against them. He studied the layers of alliances and rivalries, recognizing patterns of duplicity and shifting loyalties. We need to be strategic in our approach, Kale continued, his voice steady with conviction. If we don't navigate this carefully, we risk falling into their traps. Their deception runs deeper than a simple conspiracy. It's a carefully orchestrated game of alliances and betrayal. Mara, though initially frustrated by the complexity, listened to Kale's analysis with growing understanding. So, you're saying we need to approach this like a chess game, she said, her voice reflecting a mixture of realization and resolve. Identify their moves, anticipate their strategies, and counter them before they can put their plans into action. Kale nodded, his expression one of calm assurance. Exactly, he agreed. By understanding the full scope of their maneuvers and the double dealings at play, we can better position ourselves to disrupt their schemes. It's a delicate balance, but with careful planning, we can turn the tide in our favor. As Mara and Kale worked together, the tension between their differing methodologies quickly became apparent. Mara, with her usual impatience, was driven by a sense of urgency that pushed her to act swiftly and decisively. Her instincts, honed through years of navigating the treacherous world of piracy, urged her to seize opportunities as they arose, often prioritizing immediate action over careful planning. Her frustration grew as Kale's methodical approach seemed to slow down their progress, each moment of deliberation feeling like a waste of precious time. On the other hand, Kale's approach was characterized by cautious deliberation and strategic thinking. His background in royalty had taught him the importance of thorough analysis and the dangers of hasty decisions. He meticulously studied the complex web of alliances and rivalries, looking for patterns and hidden motives that Mara's more direct tactics might overlook. His focus was on understanding the full scope of the conspiracy, believing that a well-thought-out plan would ultimately be more effective than swift, unconsidered actions. Their differing approaches revealed both strengths and limitations. Mara's quick thinking and decisive actions often led to breakthroughs, uncovering leads and advancing their investigation. However, her impatience sometimes resulted in missed details or overlooked nuances. In contrast, Cale's careful planning allowed him to foresee potential pitfalls and avoid traps, but his slower pace occasionally missed the opportunity for timely intervention. Their collaboration was a constant balancing act, each approach compensating for the other's weaknesses. The complexity of the conspiracy only added to the challenge of their partnership. The intricate web of alliances and rivalries they were uncovering seemed to grow more convoluted with each new piece of information. The more they learned, the clearer it became that their adversaries were not a single, monolithic group but a coalition of conflicting interests, each with its own agenda and hidden agendas. This complexity required both Mara's impulsiveness and Cale's strategic foresight, amplifying the need for effective collaboration. As they navigated this tangled web, their ability to collaborate was put to the test. The constant push and pull between immediate action and strategic planning created a dynamic of tension and compromise. Each needed to adapt to the other's style, finding a middle ground that would allow them to work together effectively while leveraging their respective strengths. The process was fraught with disagreements and frustrations, but it was also a crucial learning experience that shaped their partnership. In the end, the struggle to balance their approaches underscored the broader challenge of their mission. The conspiracy they were unraveling demanded a combination of quick thinking and careful analysis, a duality that mirrored their own partnership. Despite their differences, Mara and Cale were learning to appreciate each other's methods, understanding that their combined efforts were essential to overcoming the complexities of their quest. Despite their disagreements, Mara and Cale managed to uncover a crucial lead that brought a much-needed sense of direction to their investigation. Their combined efforts, a blend of Mara's relentless pursuit of immediate answers and Cale's careful analysis, revealed a scheduled meeting between several key conspirators. This meeting was set to take place at a hidden location known only to a few, a detail that suggested a significant shift in the conspiracy's plans. The information was a breakthrough that hinted at a pivotal moment in their quest. The revelation that the conspirators were planning a high-level meeting injected a new urgency into their mission. It became clear that this gathering could be a turning point, offering an opportunity to disrupt their plans and gain critical insights into their broader objectives. However, the nature of the meeting and its location remained shrouded in secrecy, adding layers of complexity to their task. The need to act swiftly was paramount, but so was the necessity to approach the situation with caution. The discovery provided a glimmer of hope amidst the swirling confusion of their investigation. It was a sign that despite the challenges and setbacks, their efforts were not in vain. Yet, the complexity of the conspiracy and the enigmatic nature of their adversaries meant that this lead also underscored the precariousness of their situation. Every step they took now carried heightened risks, with the potential for both success and disaster looming large. The path forward was fraught with uncertainty. The hidden location of the meeting and the high stakes involved meant that their next moves needed to be meticulously planned. Mara and Cale had to balance their approaches, Mara's instinctive drive for immediate action and Cale's strategic foresight, while grappling with the reality that their every decision could have significant repercussions. The urgency of their task was tempered by the need for careful consideration and coordination. As they prepared to act on the new information, the weight of their responsibility became increasingly apparent. The potential for disrupting the conspiracy's plans was significant, but so was the danger of missteps or unforeseen complications. Mara and Cale had to navigate this delicate situation with a heightened sense of awareness and precision, understanding that their actions could either unravel the conspiracy or entrench it further. The complexities of their mission continued to test their resolve and their partnership. Despite the tension and differing methodologies, the importance of their combined efforts was undeniable. The lead they had uncovered was a crucial piece of the puzzle, but it also served as a reminder of the challenges that lay ahead. Every decision, every action, carried the potential to alter the course of their investigation and the outcome of their mission. As the day turned to dusk, the fading light cast long shadows over the port city, signaling the transition from day to night. Mara and Kale, now armed with the crucial lead they had uncovered, began their preparations for the next phase of their investigation. The setting sun seemed to mirror the shifting dynamics of their mission, as the intricate web of alliances and rivalries became increasingly complex. The challenge ahead was clear, but their determination to unearth the truth and bring the conspiracy to light was unwavering. The tangled web of relationships and hidden agendas they had unearthed only served to deepen their resolve. The more they discovered, the more they understood the extent of the deception that had entangled their mission. Every new piece of information added layers to the conspiracy, revealing a network of players whose motivations were as varied as they were concealed. Despite the growing complexity, Mara and Kale remained focused on their goal, driven by the urgency of their task and the stakes involved. Their resolve was further fortified by the gravity of their mission. The knowledge that their efforts could have far-reaching consequences for their realms motivated them to push forward, even as the path ahead became fraught with uncertainty. The challenges they faced were daunting, but their commitment to exposing the conspiracy and preventing the impending disaster remained steadfast. The intricate nature of the plot only highlighted the importance of their work and the need for perseverance. As they prepared to move forward, the realities of their situation became increasingly apparent. The road ahead was not only challenging but also filled with potential dangers and obstacles. Every decision they made carried weight, and each step required careful consideration. Despite the hurdles, their determination to see their mission through was unshaken, driven by the knowledge that their actions could prevent a catastrophic outcome. In the encroaching twilight, Mara and Kale braced themselves for the trials that lay ahead. The complexities of the conspiracy had only strengthened their commitment, transforming their investigation into a relentless pursuit of truth. As they set their sights on the next phase of their mission, they were prepared to confront whatever challenges came their way, knowing that their efforts were critical to safeguarding their realms and ensuring a successful resolution to their quest. In the shadow of the setting sun, Mara and Kale prepared to set their course for the hidden meeting place that had emerged as a crucial lead in their investigation. The twilight cast long, eerie shadows across the port city, adding a layer of foreboding to their mission. Their minds were racing, each thought a tangled thread of the complex conspiracy they were determined to unravel. The weight of their newfound information pressed heavily upon them, fueling both their urgency and their apprehension. The web of deceit they were navigating had proven to be more intricate than they had initially anticipated. Every piece of intelligence they had gathered revealed new layers of treachery and deceit, making their path forward increasingly convoluted. The dangers they faced were not only physical but also psychological, as they grappled with the betrayal and deception that seemed to surround them on all sides. Despite the complexity and the risks, their resolve to see their mission through remained unshaken. As Mara and Kale ventured into the unknown, they were keenly aware of the high stakes involved. The hidden meeting place, cloaked in secrecy and shadow, represented a critical juncture in their investigation. They understood that the information revealed at this meeting could either advance their cause significantly or set them back irreparably. The potential for confrontation, ambush, or further betrayal was ever present, heightening the tension of their approach. Navigating the tangled web of the conspiracy required not only vigilance but also a strategic approach. Mara's instincts drove her to act decisively, while Kale's measured planning guided their actions with precision. The combination of their skills and perspectives was essential for overcoming the myriad challenges they faced. Each step was calculated, each decision weighed carefully, as they worked to balance immediate action with long-term strategy. As the evening deepened, the shadows seemed to close in around them, mirroring the growing sense of danger and uncertainty. The setting sun had transformed the landscape, and their journey had become a race against time. They were acutely aware that every moment of hesitation or misstep could jeopardize their mission and their safety. The darkness of night added a new dimension to their quest, amplifying both the risks and the urgency. Mara and Kale's determination was fueled by the knowledge that their efforts were critical to uncovering the truth and preventing a catastrophic outcome. They were prepared to confront whatever challenges lay ahead, knowing that their combined skills and unwavering resolve would be tested. The mission had evolved into a high-stakes operation, and their commitment to seeing it through was stronger than ever. As they approached the hidden meeting place, the gravity of their task weighed heavily on their shoulders. The complexities of the conspiracy had transformed their investigation into a formidable challenge, but Mara and Kale were undeterred. They moved forward with a sense of purpose, driven by the knowledge that their actions could have far-reaching consequences for their realms. In the encroaching darkness, the two allies remained focused on their goal, their partnership a crucial asset in navigating the perilous terrain. The setting sun had marked the beginning of a new phase in their quest, one that demanded both courage and cunning. As they prepared to face the unknown, they were determined to unravel the conspiracy and secure the future of their realms. The hidden meeting place loomed ahead, a symbol of the perilous journey that had brought them to this point. The night was thick with tension and anticipation, and Mara and Kale were ready to confront whatever awaited them. Their resolve was steadfast, their minds sharp, and their spirits unyielding as they moved closer to uncovering the full scope of the conspiracy and achieving their mission's objectives. Chapter 16 Hidden Agendas. As the final light of day faded into twilight, Mara and Kale made their way toward the hidden meeting place, their steps deliberate and their expressions tense. The fading sun cast long, eerie shadows across the landscape, adding to the sense of foreboding that enveloped their approach. The location was shrouded in darkness, its silhouette barely discernible against the dimming sky. The stark contrast between the tranquil, almost eerie silence of the area and the urgency of their mission heightened their anticipation and anxiety. The covert nature of the meeting place was evident in its grim appearance. The building, half hidden by overgrown vegetation and crumbling walls, exuded an air of neglect that only served to amplify the gravity of the situation. The only sound was the occasional rustle of leaves in the cool evening breeze, a reminder of the isolation and secrecy surrounding the rendezvous. Mara and Cale moved cautiously, every sense alert to the possibility of danger. Their journey to this hidden location had been fraught with challenges, not least of which were their growing suspicions about the loyalties of their allies. The promise of critical information held the potential to shift the course of their investigation, but it also came with the weight of uncertainty. The complexity of the conspiracy they were unraveling had already strained their trust, and the prospect of discovering hidden agendas among their supposed allies added another layer of tension to their mission. As they neared the entrance, Mara and Cale braced themselves for what lay ahead. The knowledge that their allies might have hidden agendas only intensified their focus and resolve. They had come this far with the hope of uncovering essential truths, and the path to this clandestine meeting was both a culmination of their efforts and a potential turning point in their quest. The stakes were high, and the shadows that cloaked the meeting place mirrored the uncertainty and danger they faced. The warehouse loomed ahead, its imposing presence accentuated by the encroaching darkness. The structure, once sturdy, now seemed to sag under the weight of its years. Grimy windows, long unwashed and cracked, cast a dim, distorted light onto the surrounding area, while the rusting metal facade bore the scars of countless seasons. It was a relic of neglect, serving as an ideal cover for clandestine activities. The building's very decay seemed to whisper of hidden secrets and unspoken dangers. Mara and Cale approached with practiced stealth, their every movement measured and deliberate. The soft crunch of gravel underfoot was the only sound they made, as they navigated the shadowy perimeter. Their senses were heightened, attuned to the subtle signs of danger that lay hidden in the oppressive silence. Every creak of the building's old frame and every rustle of the wind through the overgrown weeds seemed amplified in the stillness, each one a potential signal of imminent threat. The air around the warehouse was thick with the musty odor of disuse, mingling with the faint smell of dampness and rust. Mara's eyes scanned the darkness with a sharp, unwavering focus, while Cale's gaze swept over the perimeter, noting every detail with a practiced eye. Their shared understanding of the stakes ahead was palpable. The warehouse was not just a location but a symbol of the conspiracy's hidden depths, and their approach required more than just physical stealth. It demanded a keen awareness of the treachery that could lie in wait. The warehouse's facade was barely illuminated by the scant light filtering through the grime-encrusted windows. The structure seemed almost to breathe with the weight of its secrets, its shadowy corners and derelict state forming a labyrinth of potential dangers. The facade, with its peeling paint and jagged metal edges, looked like it might crumble with the slightest touch, further adding to the sense of foreboding that surrounded them. As they edged closer, Mara and Cale exchanged a brief, unspoken glance, their faces set in determined expressions. They both understood that their task was twofold. Not only were they to gather intelligence, but they also needed to navigate the web of deceit that surrounded them. The warehouse was a central node in their investigation, but it also represented a focal point of the conspiracy's machinations, where loyalties were likely to be as uncertain as the shadows that cloaked the building. The stillness of the night was occasionally interrupted by the distant hum of the city, a stark reminder of the world that continued to move on outside the confines of their immediate peril. Within the warehouse's grim walls, Mara and Cale prepared themselves for the potential confrontations and revelations that lay ahead. The tension between them was palpable, an undercurrent of anxiety that spoke of the high stakes and the looming confrontation with the unknown. They moved with precision, aware that their every action could be scrutinized by unseen eyes. The warehouse, with its neglected exterior and foreboding silence, was more than just a backdrop. It was a stage upon which the next chapter of their investigation would unfold. The weight of their mission pressed heavily upon them, each step toward the entrance an echo of their resolve and their readiness to face whatever lay within. The shadows of the warehouse seemed to stretch and writhe, creating an almost living darkness that enveloped them as they neared their destination. The secrecy of the location mirrored the complexities of their investigation, where trust was a fragile commodity, and every discovery came with its own set of risks. With each passing moment, Mara and Cale's sense of urgency grew, knowing that the answers they sought could very well determine the outcome of their perilous quest. As Mara and Cale stepped into the dimly lit interior of the warehouse, the atmosphere shifted from eerie silence to a tense buzz of activity. The flickering light from a few scattered lanterns cast long, wavering shadows across the room, revealing a scene that was both unexpected and unsettling. Several familiar faces, those of supposed allies who had pledged their support to the cause, were gathered around a makeshift table. Their presence here was both surprising and disconcerting. The table was cluttered with maps, documents, and various other papers, their contents obscured by the low light. The allies, who had once seemed steadfast in their commitment, now appeared engrossed in hushed, urgent discussions. Their faces, illuminated by the flickering light, were etched with a mix of anxiety and resolve, their brows furrowed as they deliberated over the contents of the documents spread before them. The contrast between their earlier assurances of loyalty and their current covert activities raised immediate questions about their true intentions. Mara and Cale exchanged a tense glance, their surprise at the scene evident in their expressions. The sight of their supposed allies engaged in secretive talks was a jarring revelation, shaking their confidence in the reliability of their network. The very individuals who had sworn to support their mission were now enveloped in a web of secrecy, their actions hinting at hidden agendas and conflicting interests that were previously unknown. The disorienting nature of the scene underscored the complexity of the conspiracy they were entangled in. As they moved further into the room, Mara's eyes narrowed with suspicion, her mind racing to piece together the implications of this new development. The familiar faces, now associated with a sense of betrayal, were not just allies but key players in the broader scheme of the conspiracy. The realization that their trust had been misplaced added a new layer of urgency to their mission. The once clear lines between friend and foe had blurred, and Mara felt the weight of the situation pressing heavily upon her. Cale's demeanor, usually composed and analytical, was marked by a flicker of concern as he observed the scene. The complexity of their situation had deepened significantly with this new information. His gaze swept over the room, noting the subtle signs of tension and the palpable air of secrecy that hung over the gathering. The unexpected assembly of allies at the warehouse added a sense of urgency and complexity to their investigation, forcing them to reevaluate their strategies and reassess their trust in those around them. Mara's eyes narrowed as she scanned the room, her gaze sharp and assessing. The sight of her supposed allies huddled together, their conversations hushed and their expressions tense, sent a jolt of disbelief through her. The shock of the scene was palpable, but it quickly transformed into a focused determination that hardened her resolve. Her mind raced, piecing together the implications of this unexpected discovery. The trusted figures she had once believed to be steadfast supporters were now shrouded in secrecy, their true motives obscured by their covert behavior. Her frustration was evident as she turned to Cale, her voice a low whisper laced with intensity. "What are they planning?" she asked, her tone carrying a sharp edge that reflected her growing disillusionment. The question was not merely a request for information but an expression of her mounting concern about the true nature of their alliances. The betrayal she felt was deepened by the realization that their mission was far more entangled in layers of deception than they had previously imagined. Cale, standing beside her, absorbed the scene with a mixture of concern and analytical detachment. The revelation that their allies might have their own hidden agendas was unsettling, but his expression remained composed as he processed the new information. The complexity of their situation had escalated, and Cale understood that the presence of these individuals at the warehouse was a significant development. He knew that their next steps would require not only strategic planning but also a careful reevaluation of their relationships and their approach to the conspiracy. As Mara's frustration simmered, she continued to watch the group intently, trying to decipher the nature of their clandestine activities. The maps and documents scattered across the table hinted at plans and strategies that were beyond their initial scope of understanding. The once clear mission objectives now seemed clouded by the intricate web of alliances and rivalries they had stumbled upon. The realization that their fight was against a more complex network of interests made Mara's task seem more daunting. Her growing mistrust was evident in the way she scrutinized every movement and whisper in the room. The confidence she had once had in the loyalty of their allies was eroding, replaced by a gnawing suspicion that threatened to undermine their progress. The sense of betrayal was not just personal but also strategic, as it indicated that the very foundation of their plan might be compromised by the hidden agendas of those they had relied upon. The new layer of complexity introduced by this revelation meant that Mara and Cale would need to navigate their mission with even greater care. The presence of these seemingly disloyal allies required a shift in their approach, demanding that they uncover the full extent of the deception while continuing to pursue their objectives. The stakes were higher than ever, and the road ahead was fraught with uncertainty as they sought to untangle the web of deceit that now entangled them. Cale, ever the strategist, observed the interactions with a careful and discerning eye. His royal training had instilled in him the ability to read between the lines of political maneuvering, and the scene before him spoke volumes. The alliances they had once relied upon were now revealing themselves to be more fragile and complex than they had initially assumed. The seemingly loyal allies were engaged in secretive discussions that hinted at hidden agendas, leaving Cale with a heightened sense of the precarious nature of their position. "We need to uncover their true intentions," Cale said quietly, his voice reflective and measured. The gravity of the situation was clear in his tone as he assessed the implications of their newfound knowledge. His strategic mind was already working through the possible scenarios, understanding that their next steps had to be meticulously planned. The stakes were high, and the revelation that their allies might have ulterior motives required a deeper analysis of the shifting landscape they were navigating. "If these so-called allies are playing their own game," Cale continued, "we must determine how their goals align, or clash, with ours." His words underscored the need for a careful evaluation of the delicate balance between cooperation and competition within the web of alliances they were entangled in. The complexity of the situation demanded that they understand not only the immediate threat but also the broader implications of the shifting loyalties and hidden agendas that now came into play. Mara, who had been grappling with her own frustration and mistrust, nodded in agreement. Cale's insight provided a critical framework for approaching the tangled web of deceit they faced. The need to uncover the true intentions of their allies became a priority, guiding their next moves as they sought to untangle the intricate network of relationships and rivalries. The realization that their mission was now entangled in a more complex and potentially dangerous game sharpened their focus and determination to succeed despite the obstacles. The complexities of the situation became increasingly evident as Mara and Cale continued their careful observation of the hidden meeting. The once clear lines of their mission were now blurred by the myriad of shifting loyalties and ulterior motives among their allies. What had initially seemed like a straightforward investigation had evolved into a tangled web of deception, where each new piece of information only added to the overarching confusion. The layers of intrigue that had begun to surface were not just obstacles, they were potential threats to the very success of their mission. As they watched, it became clear that the information they had gathered was only part of the equation. The shifting alliances and the potential for betrayal within their own ranks presented a significant risk. The realization that some of their supposed allies had hidden agendas added a new layer of complexity to their mission. It was no longer just about deciphering the conspiracy but also about navigating the treacherous waters of trust and deception. Every interaction they observed had the potential to reveal new insights or further complicate their understanding of the conspiracy. Each whispered conversation and furtive glance among the gathered individuals was now a critical piece of the puzzle Mara and Kale needed to solve. The subtle dynamics of these interactions provided clues about the true nature of the alliances and rivalries that shaped the conspiracy. Their ability to interpret these nuances would be crucial in determining the extent of the hidden agendas and the potential impact on their mission. The more they observed, the more they realized that their task was not just to gather information but to understand the intricate web of relationships that underpinned the conspiracy. Mara's frustration grew as she grappled with the realization that the mission had become even more precarious than anticipated. Her focus was sharpened by the need to uncover the true intentions behind each ally's actions. The stakes were now higher, with each new revelation adding to the weight of their responsibility. The complexity of the situation demanded not only their full attention but also a strategic approach to ensure that their actions would not inadvertently play into the hands of their adversaries. Kale, with his strategic mind and careful analysis, was equally concerned by the evolving dynamics. The shifting loyalties and hidden agendas among their allies posed a significant challenge to their mission. His approach was to sift through the layers of deception, seeking patterns and connections that could provide a clearer understanding of the larger picture. The process required patience and precision, as any misstep could lead to further complications or reveal their own vulnerabilities. The need to address these emerging challenges underscored the importance of their continued vigilance and adaptability. Mara and Kale knew that their success depended on their ability to navigate the complex landscape of alliances and rivalries. The task ahead was not only to expose the conspiracy but also to ensure that their own position remained secure amidst the shifting loyalties of their supposed allies. The intricate nature of the conspiracy required both immediate action and long-term strategy, blending their skills and insights to overcome the formidable obstacles they faced. As the meeting proceeded, Mara and Kale remained hidden in the shadows, their ears straining to catch fragments of the conversations unfolding before them. The atmosphere was charged with tension, palpable even from their concealed vantage point. Each participant moved with a cautious grace, their words measured and deliberate, as if aware that their every utterance could reveal more than intended. The room itself, dimly lit and cluttered with papers and maps, seemed to amplify the sense of secrecy and guardedness among those present. Mara's sharp eyes flicked between the figures at the table, noting the subtle shifts in posture and the fleeting expressions that betrayed underlying emotions. Despite the careful decorum, there was an undercurrent of anxiety, a palpable edge to the discussions that hinted at deeper, unresolved conflicts. Her frustration mounted as she tried to piece together the fragmented snippets of dialogue, each fragment a potential clue to the broader conspiracy they were battling. Kale's focus was equally intense, though his approach was more methodical. He observed the interactions with a strategic eye, noting the alliances and rivalries that seemed to underpin the gathering. The conversations revealed not just the external threats they faced but also a complex network of internal conflicts. Each participant appeared to be playing a double game, aligning themselves with different factions while maneuvering to protect their own interests. This intricate dance of loyalties and ambitions added another layer of complexity to their already challenging mission. As they continued to listen, the enormity of the conspiracy became increasingly apparent. It was not merely an external threat, but a deeply embedded issue with far-reaching implications. The internal conflicts among the conspirators suggested that the web of deceit was even more tangled than Mara and Cale had initially realized. The revelations underscored the fact that the conspiracy was a multifaceted threat, involving not only external enemies but also internal fractures that could undermine their efforts from within. Mara and Cale exchanged a brief, silent glance, their shared understanding evident in the intensity of their gaze. The realization that their adversaries were not just unified villains but also embroiled in their own internal struggles provided both insight and added complication. The conspiracy was proving to be a labyrinthine challenge, where every step forward was fraught with the risk of falling into new traps and encountering unexpected obstacles. The discovery of these hidden agendas was a sobering reminder of the unpredictable nature of their quest. As Mara and Cale absorbed the implications of the meeting, they realized that the straightforward narrative they had initially believed in was now obscured by layers of deception. Their previous assumptions about who could be trusted and who could not were no longer reliable, and this shift in their understanding required a fundamental reassessment of their strategy. Mara felt the weight of this revelation pressing down on her. The certainty she had relied on was now shattered, replaced by a murky landscape of conflicting loyalties and concealed motives. She knew that navigating this intricate web of deceit would require more than just vigilance. It demanded a deep and nuanced understanding of the shifting allegiances within their network. Every interaction, every piece of information now had to be scrutinized through the lens of these newfound complexities. Cale, ever the strategist, approached the situation with a careful calculation. The hidden agendas they had uncovered were not just obstacles but also potential opportunities. He understood that by identifying and leveraging these internal conflicts, they might be able to turn the conspirators' own machinations against them. However, this would require an even more astute awareness of the dynamics at play, as well as a careful balancing act to avoid falling into their traps. The task ahead was daunting. Mara and Cale knew they could no longer rely solely on their previous assumptions. The allies they had once counted on might now have motives that diverged from their own goals, and enemies might possess unexpected alliances that could alter the course of their mission. The challenge was not just to gather intelligence but to interpret it correctly amidst the swirling uncertainty of the conspirators' hidden agendas. As they prepared to move forward, Mara and Cale understood that every step they took needed to be informed by this full spectrum of loyalties and rivalries. Their approach had to be meticulous, ensuring that they were not only reacting to the visible threats but also anticipating the subtle maneuvers of their adversaries. This level of caution was essential to avoid being outmaneuvered by the very forces they sought to dismantle. The evolving nature of their mission demanded a shift in their tactics. The straightforward pursuit of evidence and confrontation was no longer sufficient. They needed to engage in a delicate dance of diplomacy and deception. This would involve forging new alliances, testing the loyalty of their existing ones, and carefully navigating the shifting terrain of their enemies' ambitions. Each move had to be calculated to stay ahead of the conspiracy's ever-changing landscape. As the meeting concluded and the room began to empty, Mara and Cale exchanged a look of resolute determination. The weight of their discovery was palpable. They had unveiled a crucial truth that expanded the scope of their mission. The fight against the conspiracy was no longer just about confronting external threats. It was equally about understanding and maneuvering through the intricate internal divisions that now surfaced. Mara's expression was a blend of frustration and resolve. The complexity of the situation demanded more than just a tactical approach. It required a nuanced understanding of the shifting loyalties and hidden motives within their circle. She knew that every ally and enemy had to be reassessed with fresh insight, and the path forward would be paved with both strategic ingenuity and a steadfast commitment to their cause. Cale, with his strategic mind honed by royal training, was already formulating a plan to address these newly revealed challenges. He understood that navigating this labyrinth of internal conflicts was as critical as any direct confrontation with the conspiracy's external threats. His calm demeanor belied the intensity of his thoughts, as he prepared to leverage the fractured alliances to their advantage while remaining cautious of potential pitfalls. With renewed resolve, Mara and Cale knew that their next steps would be crucial. They had to adapt their approach to account for the internal dynamics they had uncovered, ensuring that their actions were informed by the full spectrum of alliances and rivalries. The road to victory would be challenging, demanding both strategic acumen and unwavering vigilance as they worked to dismantle the conspiracy from within while guarding against its external dangers. Chapter 17: A Dangerous Trap. The dim light of dawn was just beginning to break through the early morning fog when Mara and Cale set out. The sky was still streaked with shades of gray and orange, casting an eerie glow over the port city. Their faces were set with grim determination, hardened by the revelations of the previous night. Hours of meticulous planning had led them to this moment, each step calculated to exploit the new opportunity they had uncovered. The conspiracy that had woven a tangled web of deceit was now within their grasp, and they were resolute in their mission to turn the tables on those who had so cunningly manipulated their allies. As they approached the designated meeting point, a secluded warehouse on the outskirts of town, the quiet of the early morning was almost oppressive. The air was heavy with mist, swirling around their feet as they moved. The warehouse loomed ahead, its weathered exterior bathed in the faint, uncertain light of dawn. Despite their best efforts to shake off the sense of foreboding, it clung to them, a silent reminder of the dangers that lay in wait. The very stillness of the surroundings seemed to pulse with an unspoken threat, heightening their awareness and tension. Mara and Cale exchanged glances, their earlier confidence now tempered by a growing unease. They had prepared for many possibilities, but the intensity of their focus revealed how deeply they were invested in this critical juncture. The information they had gathered had pointed to this location as a key moment in their fight against the conspiracy, but the growing sense of danger made them question whether they had overlooked something crucial. They proceeded with heightened caution, every sound and shadow scrutinized for hidden threats. The warehouse's imposing structure was stark and unwelcoming. Its broken windows and rusting metal facade hinted at years of neglect, now serving as a perfect cover for clandestine dealings. As they drew closer, the sense of foreboding only intensified, and they moved with practiced stealth. The fog swirled around them, obscuring their path and adding to the sense of vulnerability. Their senses were on high alert, each creak of the floorboards and rustle of the mist heightening their awareness of the dangers they might face inside. With each step towards the warehouse, Mara and Cale's resolve was tested. The information that had led them here had promised a chance to strike at the heart of the conspiracy, but the lingering doubt and the oppressive silence suggested that the danger was more immediate than they had anticipated. The intricate plans they had devised were about to be put to the ultimate test, and the sense of anticipation was palpable. They were about to confront the conspiracy head-on, fully aware that their mission could pivot dramatically in an instant. The meeting place, an old warehouse on the outskirts of town, exuded a deceptive calm under the early morning light. Its sagging roof and broken windows suggested years of abandonment and neglect, yet today it stood out with an unsettling stillness. The structure, once a bustling hub of activity, now seemed like a relic of the past, cloaked in a silence that felt almost deliberate. The occasional creak of the weathered building was the only sound, amplifying the sense of isolation that enveloped the area. As Mara and Cale approached, their wariness was palpable. Every footstep on the cracked pavement, and every rustle of the fog seemed magnified, heightening their senses. They moved with practiced caution, their eyes darting around to pick up any subtle signs of movement or potential danger. The quiet was almost oppressive, wrapping around them like a thick fog, making their task more challenging as they sought to discern whether the calm was genuine or a facade for something more sinister. The silence inside the warehouse was even more profound, creating an eerie contrast to the earlier noise of the bustling city. Dust motes danced in the slivers of light that filtered through the broken windows, and the air was thick with the smell of mildew and decay. The interior, strewn with old crates and forgotten machinery, seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. Mara and Kale's every movement was cautious and deliberate, their focus intense as they scanned the shadows and hidden corners for any sign of an ambush. Despite the seemingly abandoned state of the warehouse, Mara and Kale felt an unshakable sense of being watched. The quiet, combined with the occasional groan of the old building settling, added to the tension that hung heavy in the air. The stillness was both a comfort and a danger, masking any potential threats that might be lying in wait. They continued to advance with their guard up, each step taken with a combination of purpose and trepidation. Their plan was to infiltrate the warehouse, but the unnerving calm made it clear that their mission would not be straightforward. The deceptive peace of the surroundings was a stark reminder that they were walking into the unknown, with the potential for danger lying just beneath the surface. Mara and Kale's resolve remained strong, but the silence was a constant reminder of the high stakes and the need for vigilance as they proceeded deeper into the warehouse. Inside the warehouse, the atmosphere transformed abruptly from one of quiet anticipation to chaotic peril. As Mara and Kale crossed the threshold, the sudden, sharp clang of a heavy door slamming shut behind them pierced the stillness, jolting them into a heightened state of alert. The noise echoed ominously through the cavernous space, sending a chill down their spines as they turned to face the source. The once hopeful sense of opportunity was replaced by the cold realization that their presence had triggered something much more sinister. A series of muffled clicks reverberated through the warehouse, each one amplifying their growing anxiety. The sound seemed to come from all directions, a chilling confirmation of their worst fears. Mara and Kale exchanged alarmed glances as they comprehended the grim reality. They had been lured into a carefully set trap. The silence that followed the clamor was thick with tension, broken only by the faint, mechanical noises that hinted at a series of hidden mechanisms at work. The dim light filtering through the broken windows did little to dispel the darkness within. Shadows danced menacingly along the walls, creating a disorienting play of light and dark that seemed to pulse with ill intent. The shifting shapes on the walls took on a threatening aspect, each movement potentially concealing a hidden danger. The warehouse, once a symbol of potential and opportunity, now felt like a claustrophobic prison, its very structure closing in on them. Mara's instincts kicked into overdrive as she scanned the room for any signs of movement or hidden threats. Her heart raced, and her mind raced even faster, trying to piece together how they could escape the snare they had fallen into. Kale, equally vigilant, moved with a sense of deliberate calm, his eyes searching for any strategic advantage amidst the chaos. The realization that their enemies had anticipated their every move added a new layer of urgency to their predicament. As they navigated through the warehouse's labyrinthine interior, every creak of the floorboards and every distant clank seemed amplified by the tense silence. The feeling of being watched was almost tangible, with every shadow potentially hiding a hidden adversary. The realization that their trap was well designed and meticulously planned only heightened their sense of danger. The walls, with their peeling paint and rusted beams, seemed to press in on them, adding to the sense of encroaching peril. Mara and Kale's minds raced as they worked together to devise a plan for escape. The muffled clicks and shifting shadows suggested that their enemies had not only anticipated their arrival but had also prepared for various contingencies. Each step they took was measured, with both of them fully aware that any misstep could trigger another layer of the trap. The once promising lead had turned into a life-threatening ordeal, testing their resolve and ingenuity. Despite the fear gnawing at them, Mara and Kale maintained a sense of determined focus. They knew that their survival depended on their ability to stay composed and think strategically. The warehouse, now a dark labyrinth of danger, held the key to their next moves. Every corner they turned and every noise they heard was a potential clue or a threat, and they had to remain vigilant to navigate the perilous situation they found themselves in. In the midst of the chaos, a sense of grim determination settled over them. They had walked into a trap set with precision, but they were not about to let it be their downfall. With every ounce of their strength and cunning, Mara and Kale began to unravel the layers of their predicament, seeking a way to outwit their captors and escape the perilous snare that had been set for them. The warehouse, once a symbol of opportunity, now became a battleground where their resolve and resourcefulness would be tested to their limits. From the far end of the warehouse, a group of masked figures emerged from the darkness, their presence cutting through the dim light with a chilling intensity. The sudden appearance of these adversaries underscored the conspiracy's reach and ruthlessness, starkly contrasting with the earlier deceptive calm. The conspirators, clad in dark, foreboding attire, moved with a menacing grace, their faces obscured by masks that rendered their identities and intentions inscrutable. The heavy weapons they carried glinted ominously in the scarce light, revealing the seriousness of their preparation for this confrontation. Mara's sharp eyes swept the warehouse, her mind racing to identify potential escape routes and tactical advantages. Each corner of the vast, shadow-filled space was scrutinized for any possible way out or cover that could aid their escape. Her focus was unwavering, driven by the urgent need to find a solution to their dire predicament. Despite the gravity of the situation, her demeanor remained calm and resolute, her analytical mind working quickly to assess their options and devise a plan. Meanwhile, Kale moved with deliberate precision, his actions reflecting a strategic mindset honed by years of royal training. His eyes scanned the warehouse with a tactical awareness, evaluating the positions of the masked figures and calculating their potential moves. Every step he took was measured, aimed at maximizing their chances of survival and countering the threats posed by their well-armed adversaries. His composed demeanor provided a stark contrast to the tension of the moment, embodying the strategic prowess that was crucial to their survival. The atmosphere in the warehouse was thick with tension, each side bracing for the impending clash. The oppressive silence between Mara and the masked figures was charged with anticipation, each party acutely aware that the outcome of this encounter could determine the fate of their mission. The weight of the confrontation hung heavily in the air, a palpable reminder of the high stakes involved and the precarious nature of their situation. As Mara and Kale faced off against their heavily armed adversaries, the sense of danger was almost tangible. The warehouse, with its rusting beams and dusty corners, now seemed like a battleground where every decision and action carried immense consequences. The conspirators' readiness and weaponry heightened the stakes, transforming the once empty space into a scene of imminent conflict. Mara and Kale's every move was now crucial, with the outcome hanging in the balance. The masked figures, encircling them with deliberate precision, exuded a sense of calculated menace. Their presence was a stark reminder of the conspiracy's depth and the lengths to which their enemies were willing to go. As the two sides prepared for the inevitable clash, the reality of their situation became clear. They were fighting not only for their own survival but also for the future of their mission and the realms they sought to protect. In the face of such overwhelming odds, Mara and Kale's resolve only strengthened. the impending confrontation was not just a battle for their lives but a crucial test of their strategic capabilities and bravery. The warehouse, now a theater of imminent conflict, would soon witness a decisive clash that could alter the course of their quest. With every muscle tensed and every sense on high alert, they braced themselves for the fight that lay ahead, determined to outwit their enemies and emerge victorious. In the ensuing chaos, Mara and Cale fought with a fierce determination to survive, their every move marked by a blend of desperation and precision. The warehouse, now a treacherous battlefield, reverberated with the clash of steel and the echo of gunfire. The conspirators' trap had been meticulously planned, designed to disorient and overwhelm them with its complexity. Yet Mara's combat prowess, honed through countless battles, and Cale's strategic insight, sharpened by his royal training, formed a powerful combination that enabled them to mount a resilient defense. Mara moved with the fluid grace of a seasoned fighter, her every strike and parry executed with purpose. She darted between the shadows, using the warehouse's dim lighting and cluttered layout to her advantage. Her keen eyes tracked her enemies with unwavering focus, targeting their weaknesses and exploiting any openings. Each swing of her weapon was precise, aimed at neutralizing threats while minimizing her own exposure to danger. Despite the overwhelming odds, her resolve was unshakable, driving her to fight with a tenacity born of necessity. Cale, on the other hand, orchestrated their defense with a cool, calculated demeanor. His mind raced through tactical options, constantly assessing the shifting dynamics of the battle. He directed Mara's movements with strategic guidance, ensuring that their actions were not just reactive but also preemptive. His royal training had taught him to anticipate opponents' moves and to use their environment to his advantage. Cale's commands were crisp and authoritative, cutting through the din of battle to coordinate their efforts and maintain a semblance of order amidst the chaos. The warehouse, once a symbol of their tactical advantage and a beacon of hope, had transformed into a grim arena of survival. Its rusty beams and dusty corners, once offering potential cover, now served as obstacles and hazards in the middle of a fierce confrontation. The floor, strewn with debris from their earlier struggle, became a treacherous terrain that added an extra layer of difficulty to their fight. Every corner and shadow seemed to conspire against them, making the environment as much an enemy as the conspirators themselves. Amid the violence and confusion, Mara and Cale's synergy became evident. Their coordinated efforts were a testament to their deepening partnership and mutual trust. Each movement was executed with a level of coordination that spoke to their understanding of each other's strengths and tactics. They covered each other's blind spots, their combined skills creating a formidable defense against the relentless assault of their enemies. The intensity of their fight forged a bond that transcended their previous alliance, strengthening their resolve to overcome the threat before them. The conspirators, though numerous and heavily armed, found themselves struggling against the unexpected ferocity of Mara and Cale's defense. Their elaborate trap, designed to trap and overwhelm, was met with a resistance that neither they nor the warehouse's dark corners had anticipated. The warehouse's oppressive silence, once a harbinger of their peril, was now punctuated by the sounds of a fierce struggle, each clash and cry underscoring the high stakes of the conflict. In the midst of the fray, the realization dawned on Mara and Cale that their survival hinged on their ability to adapt and persevere. Each moment brought new challenges and unforeseen dangers, but their determination to see their mission through remained steadfast. The warehouse, once a symbol of the conspiracy's reach, had become a stage for their most critical battle, with every decision and action carrying weighty consequences. Their fight was not just for their lives but for the success of their mission and the future of their realms. As the battle raged on, the intensity of their struggle only heightened their sense of urgency. The warehouse, now a chaotic battleground, was a constant reminder of the precariousness of their situation. Mara and Kale's fight was a testament to their courage and resilience, their every action driven by the necessity to overcome the traps set by their enemies. With each passing moment, they moved closer to the end of this harrowing encounter, their determination unwavering as they fought to emerge victorious against overwhelming odds. Despite their best efforts, the odds were increasingly stacked against Mara and Kale. The conspirators had orchestrated their trap with meticulous precision, turning the warehouse into a nightmarish maze of obstacles and threats. Every corridor they traversed seemed to lead to another challenge, each turn revealing more of the labyrinthine design that sought to ensnare them. The dim light flickered erratically, casting long shadows that danced menacingly across the walls, further complicating their fight for survival. Mara, her breath coming in sharp, controlled bursts, pressed on with a fierce resolve. She moved swiftly through the darkened corridors, her combat skills sharp and her instincts honed to a razor's edge. Every corner and doorway seemed to conceal a new threat, from hidden traps to ambushes by masked figures. Her focus was unwavering as she engaged in combat, her every movement driven by the urgent need to press forward and find a way out. The determination etched on her face was a testament to her commitment to both their survival and the larger mission they were entrusted with. Kale, equally resolute, navigated the treacherous environment with a strategic mindset. His experience as a strategist proved invaluable as he analyzed their surroundings, identifying potential hazards and anticipating the movements of their adversaries. Despite the overwhelming numbers and the carefully laid traps, he remained composed, his actions guided by careful calculation of risks and opportunities. Kale's commands were precise, directing Mara and himself with an efficiency born of his royal training and tactical acumen. The warehouse, once a seemingly abandoned structure, now felt like a living entity bent on their destruction. The metal walls groaned under the strain of the ongoing conflict, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and sweat. Each obstacle they encountered, whether it was a barricaded passage or a hidden trap, served to heighten the danger of their situation. The fight was not just physical but psychological, as the constant barrage of threats wore on their mental endurance and tested their ability to stay focused under pressure. Despite the relentless onslaught, Mara and Kale's resolve remained unshaken. They knew that escaping this trap was crucial not only for their own survival but for the success of their larger mission. The realization that their struggle was part of a broader scheme added a layer of urgency to their fight. Every step they took, every decision they made, was driven by the knowledge that the outcome of this confrontation could determine the future of their quest and the safety of those they sought to protect. The intensity of the situation only strengthened their determination. Mara's eyes burned with a mix of anger and resolve, while Kale's expression remained a mask of strategic focus. The endless corridors and the oppressive atmosphere of the warehouse did little to deter their efforts. They fought with a coordinated ferocity, each action designed to push them closer to safety while disrupting the plans of their enemies. Their combined skills and unyielding spirit were their greatest assets in this desperate struggle. As they continued to battle their way through the warehouse, the enormity of their task became increasingly apparent. The trap laid by the conspirators was a testament to their ruthlessness and resourcefulness. Yet, Mara and Kale's unwavering determination and strategic brilliance provided a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. With every obstacle they overcame, their resolve to see their mission through only grew stronger, driving them to push beyond their limits in the fight for their survival and the greater good. Finally, after what felt like hours of intense conflict, Mara and Kale managed to break free from the warehouse's claustrophobic confines. The oppressive atmosphere of the warehouse, once a tangled maze of shadows and danger, gave way to the cool morning air. The first breath of fresh air was a stark contrast to the stifling environment they had endured, and it carried a chilling sense of relief. Their escape had been fraught with peril, and the tension of their battle now left them feeling both physically and emotionally drained. Exhausted and battered, Mara and Kale emerged into the daylight, their bodies marked by the remnants of their struggle. Their breaths came in ragged gasps, the adrenaline that had fueled their fights slowly ebbing away. They moved with weary steps, their once sure footing now unsteady from the relentless combat. The cool air was a balm to their heated skin, but it did little to ease the profound fatigue that settled over them. Each movement was deliberate, a testament to their sheer will to survive despite their exhaustion. As they regrouped and assessed their injuries, the reality of their situation began to set in with stark clarity. The injuries they had sustained were more than just physical. The emotional toll of the betrayal and the danger they had faced weighed heavily on them. Cuts, bruises, and the lingering ache of their battle reminded them of the harrowing ordeal they had just endured. The once clear path of their mission now seemed clouded by the immediate challenges they faced, their resolve tested by the sheer scale of the conspiracy against them. The conspirators had proven themselves to be not only cunning but also merciless. The elaborate trap they had laid was a testament to their ruthlessness, designed not just to defeat but to demoralize. The complexity and severity of the trap underscored the depth of the conspiracy they were up against, highlighting the lengths to which their enemies were willing to go to achieve their goals. The realization that they were dealing with such formidable adversaries added a new layer of urgency to their mission. The escape from the warehouse was a stark reminder of the dangerous game they were now part of. The stakes had never been higher, and the cost of failure was increasingly apparent. The warehouse, once a symbol of their tactical advantage, had become a grim testament to the dangers they faced. Every decision and every move from this point on would be crucial, their survival dependent on their ability to navigate the treacherous landscape of deceit and danger that lay ahead. As they took stock of their situation and planned their next steps, the weight of their mission loomed large. The trap had not only endangered their lives but also exposed the intricate web of the conspiracy that sought to undermine their efforts. Mara and Kale's survival was a small victory, but it also highlighted the persistent threat they faced. With their resolve steeled by their escape, they knew that the path ahead would require even greater vigilance and determination. Chapter 18 Tensions Rise. The cool morning air clung to Mara and Kale like a shroud, failing to offer any comfort in the aftermath of their harrowing escape. Every breath they took was laced with the remnants of adrenaline, their hearts still pounding from the relentless fight for survival. The exhaustion was more than just physical, it seeped into their bones, heavy with the emotional toll of their ordeal. As they navigated the narrow, winding streets of the port city, the familiar surroundings that had once felt like a safe haven now seemed to close in on them, each corner and alleyway holding the potential for new dangers. Mara's steps were hurried and tense, her sharp gaze darting from shadow to shadow, as if expecting another ambush at any moment. Her usually confident stride was laced with an edge of frustration, the kind that had been simmering just below the surface ever since they had escaped the warehouse. The betrayal, the trap, and the chaos that had ensued left her on edge, her thoughts a chaotic jumble of anger and disillusionment. Every creak of wood and clatter of footsteps in the distance felt like a threat, amplifying the sense of unease that weighed heavily on her. Beside her, Kale moved with a more measured pace, his mind whirling with the implications of their recent encounter. The calculated calm that usually defined him was now laced with an undercurrent of tension. The strategic mindset that had guided them through countless challenges felt strained under the pressure of their escalating situation. His eyes were distant, focused inward as he grappled with the stark reality that their mission was unraveling at the seams. The weight of leadership was pressing down on him harder than ever, and he struggled to maintain his composure in the face of their deepening troubles. The tension between them was palpable, a silent but ever-present force that seemed to grow with every passing minute. The unspoken strain had been brewing for days, but their near-disastrous encounter in the warehouse had brought it to the surface with brutal clarity. The once seamless partnership between them now felt fragile, as if one wrong word or action could shatter it completely. Mara's frustration, usually well contained, had started to spill over, while Cale's steady demeanor was beginning to show cracks. As they continued to make their way through the city, the silence between them grew heavier, either one willing to be the first to break it. The early morning fog clung to the streets, muffling the sounds of the waking city and adding to the oppressive atmosphere. Every glance they exchanged was loaded with unspoken questions and doubts, each one a reminder of the growing distance between them. The mission that had once united them was now driving a wedge between them, threatening to tear apart the fragile connection they had built. Mara felt the tension in her muscles building, the frustration gnawing at her as she tried to make sense of everything that had happened. She could feel the anger bubbling up inside her, a volatile mix of emotions that she was struggling to keep in check. The constant state of vigilance, the never-ending pressure, and the fear of betrayal had worn her down, and she could feel herself reaching a breaking point. Her mind was racing, filled with thoughts of what could have gone wrong, of the trust that had been shattered, and the overwhelming sense of responsibility that weighed on her shoulders. Cale was no less troubled, his thoughts similarly consumed by the events that had unfolded. He was a man of strategy and careful planning, but the chaos of the warehouse had thrown all of that into disarray. The realization that their allies might not be as trustworthy as they had believed was a blow to his confidence. The mission that had seemed so clear-cut was now mired in uncertainty, and he couldn't shake the feeling that they were walking into yet another trap. His royal upbringing had taught him to anticipate and navigate treacherous political landscapes, but this was something different, something far more dangerous. The tension between them finally reached a breaking point as they turned into a quieter street, the echoes of their footsteps the only sound in the eerie stillness. Mara stopped abruptly, her frustration boiling over as she spun to face Cale. "We can't keep going like this," she said, her voice tight with barely contained anger. "This mission is tearing us apart. We need to talk about what's happening, about what's really going on here, or we're not going to make it." Her words were a stark admission of the strain that had been building between them, a call for them to confront the growing divide. Cale met her gaze, his expression a mix of resolve and exhaustion. He knew she was right. They couldn't continue on this path without addressing the cracks that had begun to form in their partnership. But he also knew that the conversation they needed to have was going to be difficult, perhaps even painful. "I know," he replied, his voice quiet but firm. "We've been through too much to let this mission destroy us. But we need to approach this carefully, to figure out how we can move forward without letting our emotions cloud our judgment." His response was a measured attempt to acknowledge the tension, while also urging caution, a reflection of his strategic mindset. The exchange marked a turning point, a tentative step towards addressing the issues that had been festering between them. The road ahead was uncertain, filled with dangers both external and internal, but their willingness to confront their problems head-on was a crucial step in regaining the trust and unity they desperately needed. As they resumed their journey, the silence between them was no longer heavy with unspoken tension, but instead, with a shared understanding that they had to face their challenges together, if they were to have any hope of succeeding. Mara's mind churned with a tempest of frustration and anger, each thought sharper than the last. The recent betrayal had been a bitter pill to swallow, its sting lingering long after their narrow escape. The memory of the trap, its meticulously laid snares designed to ensnare them, gnawed at her pride and trust. The relentless pursuit by their enemies had frayed her nerves, leaving her on edge, her patience stretched thin. Every step forward felt heavy, as if the weight of their situation pressed down on her shoulders, each breath a struggle to maintain her composure in the face of overwhelming adversity. Yet it wasn't just the external threats that fueled her frustration. As much as she wanted to channel all her anger toward the conspirators, Mara couldn't ignore the growing tension between her and Cale. Their partnership, once so seamless and intuitive, now felt burdened by unspoken grievances and a silence that was more oppressive than the dangers they faced. The trust that had bound them together, that had allowed them to anticipate each other's moves in the heat of battle, now seemed to be unraveling, thread by thread. Every glance they exchanged was loaded with unspoken words, each one deepening the rift that had begun to form between them. Mara's thoughts circled back to the recent encounters that had driven a wedge between them. The near-disastrous trap had not only been a test of their physical endurance, but also of their emotional resilience. She could feel the strain in every interaction, the tension in every shared silence. The partnership that had once been their greatest strength now felt like a fragile alliance, threatened by the pressures of their mission and the heavy toll it had taken on both of them. The frustration that bubbled within her was as much about their shared struggles as it was about the enemies they faced. As they continued onward, the silence between them became unbearable, each step forward a reminder of the unresolved tension. Mara could sense the distance growing, not just in the physical space between them but in the emotional chasm that seemed to widen with every passing moment. She wanted to break through the wall of silence, to confront the issues head-on, but the words eluded her. The anger that simmered just beneath the surface threatened to spill over, but she struggled to find a way to express it without causing further harm to their already strained relationship. The path ahead was fraught with danger, both external and internal, and Mara knew that if they didn't address the issues that had begun to fester, their partnership might not survive the challenges to come. Her frustration was a storm waiting to break, but she also knew that letting it loose without careful consideration could do more harm than good. As they moved forward, the unspoken strain weighed heavily on her, a constant reminder that their greatest challenge might not be the enemies they faced, but the growing divide between them. Cale felt the heavy weight of their shared burdens pressing down on him with each step they took. His royal upbringing, which had long been a source of his calm composure, now seemed insufficient in the face of the relentless stress of their mission. The unyielding pressure bore down on him, testing the limits of his strategic mind and emotional resilience. The calculated plans and tactical decisions that had previously guided them through countless challenges now felt inadequate in the face of the growing rift between him and Mara. The subtle tension that had once been easy to overlook was now an undeniable force, threatening to undermine the foundation of their partnership. Every interaction with Mara seemed to be charged with unspoken tension. Cale could feel it in the sharpness of her words and the coldness in her gaze. He knew she was frustrated, not just with their enemies, but with him as well. The clarity and decisiveness that had once characterized their teamwork were now marred by discord. Cale struggled to maintain the level-headed approach that had always served him well, but every attempt to defuse the tension seemed to backfire. His measured responses were often met with Mara's sharp retorts, each one a reminder of the growing divide between them. The more he tried to hold on to his composure, the more he felt it slipping away. The situation was complicated by his deepening concern for Mara's well-being. He could see the toll the mission was taking on her, the way her patience frayed at the edges, and how her once steady resolve now seemed to waver under the strain. Cale wanted to reach out, to offer reassurance, but the words that came to mind felt inadequate. Each time he tried to bridge the gap, His efforts seemed to only exacerbate the tension, pushing them further apart instead of bringing them closer together. The mission itself, which had once been a unifying force between them, now felt like a wedge, driving them apart with every new challenge they faced. Cale knew that their success depended not just on their individual strengths but on their ability to work together, yet the growing discord threatened to unravel all they had worked for. The strategic acumen that had always been his greatest asset seemed less effective against the emotional complexities that now plagued their relationship. He found himself questioning his decisions, wondering if his attempts to maintain control were only making things worse. Despite his frustrations, Cale couldn't bring himself to give up on their partnership. He knew that the stakes were too high, that their mission was too important to allow personal conflicts to derail their efforts. But the path forward was unclear, and every misstep felt like a further erosion of the trust that had once bound them. The tension between them was a constant undercurrent, shaping every decision they made, every word they exchanged. Cale's concern for Mara was matched by his fear that they were losing sight of what had brought them together in the first place. As the days wore on, the silence between them grew heavier, filled with unspoken grievances and unresolved emotions. Cale could feel the strain in every glance, every moment of hesitation. He wanted to find a way to reconnect, to remind Mara that they were stronger together than apart, but the barriers between them seemed insurmountable. His royal training had prepared him for many things, but not for navigating the intricate web of emotions that now complicated their partnership. The stress of their mission, combined with the growing rift, left him feeling more isolated than ever. In the quiet moments between the chaos of their mission, Cale reflected on the changes that had come between them. The trust that had once seemed unshakable now felt fragile, and the bond that had been their greatest strength was strained to its breaking point. Yet, despite the growing tension, Cale remained determined to find a way forward. He knew that the challenges they faced required not just strategy and skill, but also a deep understanding of each other. As he looked at Mara, he resolved to find a way to bridge the gap, to restore the connection that had once made them an unstoppable team. The road ahead would be difficult, but he was determined not to let the strain of their mission destroy what they had built together. The quiet tension that had been simmering between Mara and Cale finally reached a boiling point as they took refuge in a small, dimly lit room. The space was cramped, the walls closing in on them, amplifying the unease that hung in the air. The single flickering lantern cast long shadows across the room, accentuating the lines of exhaustion etched into their faces. The silence between them was thick and palpable, a heavy presence that neither could ignore. They were both acutely aware of it, but neither was willing to be the first to break it, each lost in their own thoughts and frustrations. Mara paced restlessly, her movements sharp and agitated, a physical manifestation of the turmoil churning within her. Her mind raced through their next moves, each thought colliding with the next in a chaotic whirlwind of anger and determination. She had always been the one to charge forward, to confront obstacles head-on, but the recent events had left her feeling cornered and unsure. The betrayal, the near-fatal trap, the mounting pressure of their mission, it all weighed heavily on her. And now, the unspoken tension with Cale was like a splinter in her mind, a constant irritation she couldn't shake. Across the room, Cale sat in contemplative silence, his posture rigid, his face a mask of controlled emotion. He watched Mara's restless pacing, his own thoughts a tangled web of strategy and concern. He was trying to piece together their next steps, but the discord between them was like a persistent static, disrupting his usually clear thinking. Cale was used to handling pressure, to navigating complex political landscapes, but this was different. The strain on their partnership was something he hadn't anticipated, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to ignore. The air was charged with unspoken words, each of them holding back what they truly wanted to say. The weight of their mission only added to the strain on their partnership, turning what had once been a seamless collaboration into a tense standoff. Mara could feel the unspoken grievances building up inside her, each one adding to the frustration that was threatening to spill over. She wanted to confront Cale, to demand answers, to challenge his approach, but something held her back. A part of her feared that once the dam broke, there would be no going back. Cale, too, was wrestling with his own frustrations. He could sense Mara's agitation, and it gnawed at him, but he wasn't sure how to address it. His royal upbringing had taught him to be measured, to think before he spoke, but in this moment, that restraint felt like a barrier between them. He knew that their mission depended on their ability to work together, yet the growing rift made him question every decision, every word. Cale felt the pressure mounting, the need to break the silence, to address the tension, but he hesitated, unsure of how to begin. The silence stretched on, each moment thickening the air between them. Mara's pacing grew more frantic, her movements jerky and uncoordinated. She felt like a caged animal, trapped not just by their circumstances but by the unresolved issues between them. She wanted to scream, to lash out, to force Cale to engage with her, to acknowledge the strain they were both feeling. But she couldn't find the words. Every time she opened her mouth to speak, the weight of their situation pressed down on her, silencing her anger with the fear of what it might unleash. Finally, Mara couldn't take it any longer. She stopped in her tracks, her chest heaving with the effort to keep her emotions in check. "This isn't working," she said, her voice low but edged with frustration. The words hung in the air, a challenge and a plea all at once. She turned to face Cale, her eyes searching his for any sign of the connection they once shared. "We can't keep going like this, Cale. We need to talk to figure this out before it tears us apart." Cale looked up, meeting her gaze. Her words struck a chord deep within him, resonating with the doubts he had been trying to suppress. He knew she was right. The tension between them was a ticking time bomb, threatening to explode at any moment. "I know," he replied quietly, his voice steady but tinged with the weight of their shared burden. "But it's not just about us anymore. The mission, everything we've worked for, it's all on the line. We can't afford to let our personal issues get in the way." Mara's eyes flashed with a mixture of anger and pain. "I'm not saying we forget about the mission," she said, her voice rising slightly. "But we can't pretend that this tension isn't affecting everything we do. If we don't address it, it will destroy us. We need to find a way to work through this, Cale. For the mission, yes, but also for us." The last word hung in the air, heavy with the unspoken emotions that had been building between them. The tension that had been simmering beneath the surface finally erupted as Mara stopped in her tracks, her frustration boiling over. Her voice, usually measured and controlled, was now edged with anger and desperation. "I can't keep doing this," she snapped, the words sharp and unyielding. Her declaration cut through the thick silence between them, a stark acknowledgement of the strain that had been building for too long. The mission, the constant danger, and the growing rift between them had taken their toll, and she could no longer keep her emotions in check. Cale's eyes flicked up to meet hers, the weight of her words hitting him like a physical blow. He had sensed the growing distance between them, but hearing it voiced so plainly was like a punch to the gut. Mara's frustration was palpable, and it mirrored the unease he had been trying to suppress. "We're constantly on edge," she continued, her voice trembling slightly with the intensity of her emotions. "It feels like we're not even on the same page anymore." The admission hung in the air, raw and vulnerable, a plea for understanding and a desperate need for resolution. For a moment, Cale was at a loss for words, the gravity of the situation pressing down on him. He had always prided himself on being the calm, strategic one, but now that approach seemed inadequate in the face of Mara's honesty. The tension between them was not just a distraction, it was a threat to everything they were fighting for. Mara's words cut through his defenses, forcing him to confront the reality of their situation. "We need to address this," she said, her voice firm despite the underlying emotion. "Or we're going to end up destroying each other." The silence that followed was heavy, charged with the unspoken truths that had finally been brought to light. Mara's declaration was more than just a complaint. It was a turning point, a moment that demanded action. Cale felt the weight of her words settle over him, a sobering reminder of the stakes they were up against. Their mission was critical, but so was the partnership that had brought them this far. They couldn't afford to let their personal struggles undermine everything they had worked for. Mara's plea for resolution was a lifeline, and Cale knew they had to take it, before it was too late. Cale looked up from where he sat, his expression a mixture of weariness and resolve. The tension in the room was almost suffocating, but he knew he had to address the issue before it drove an even deeper wedge between them. "I understand," he said quietly, his voice steady yet tinged with the exhaustion that came from the relentless pressure they had been under. The soft tone of his words carried the weight of everything left unsaid, an acknowledgment of the strain that had been eating away at their partnership. He hesitated for a moment, searching for the right words to convey the depth of his concern. The intensity of the mission, the constant danger, and the ever-present threat of betrayal had worn them both down, leaving little room for the camaraderie that once came so naturally. "We're both under immense pressure," Cale continued, his gaze unwavering as he met Mara's eyes. "And it's affecting how we interact, how we trust each other." His tone was firm now, the resolve in his voice reflecting his determination to bridge the gap that had formed between them. He understood that their partnership was more than just a professional alliance. It was the foundation upon which their entire mission rested. Mara's frustration had been like a mirror, reflecting his own doubts and fears back at him. The mission had become increasingly complex, the stakes higher than ever, and the cracks in their relationship had only grown wider. "But we can't afford to let this divide us," Cale said, his voice gaining strength with each word. The mission was too important, the consequences of failure too dire. He knew they needed to find common ground, to reconnect on a level that went beyond mere strategy and survival. Their bond had been forged in the fires of shared danger, and it was that same bond that would see them through the trials ahead, if they could reclaim it. Mara's eyes flickered with a mix of emotions, anger, doubt, and a glimmer of something softer, something that hinted at the connection they had once shared. Cale's words were genuine, and she could see that he was making an effort to reach out, to mend the rift that had formed between them. But the walls she had built up in response to the betrayals and the relentless stress were not easily torn down. "We need to find a way to work through this," Cale added, his voice carrying a quiet urgency. He leaned forward slightly, the movement small but significant, as if trying to physically bridge the space between them. "For our sake," he continued, his eyes locked onto hers, "and for the mission's." The sincerity in his voice was undeniable, and for a moment, the tension in the room seemed to ease, if only slightly. His plea was not just for their partnership but for the success of everything they had fought for, everything they had sacrificed. He was offering a lifeline, a chance to address the unspoken issues that had been festering beneath the surface, threatening to derail their mission. Mara remained silent, her mind racing with conflicting thoughts and emotions. She had been so consumed by her own frustration and anger that she hadn't fully considered how it was affecting Cale, or how it was jeopardizing their mission. Cale's words had pierced through the fog of her anger, offering a moment of clarity that she hadn't realized she needed. The weight of their situation pressed down on her, but alongside it came a renewed determination. She could see that Cale was right, that they couldn't afford to be at odds with each other when the stakes were so high. Finally, she nodded, a slow but deliberate gesture that signaled her willingness to try and move past the tension. "You're right," she said softly, her voice less harsh now, more reflective. "We can't let this divide us. We have to figure out how to work together again, how to trust each other." The admission was a significant step, a crack in the armor she had been wearing for too long. Mara knew it wouldn't be easy, that they would have to navigate the scars left by their recent experiences, but Cale's resolve had sparked a determination in her to at least try. Their conversation marked a turning point, a tentative but essential step toward mending the rift that had slowly formed between them. The tension that had been building for days now found an outlet, and with each word exchanged, they chipped away at the wall of frustration and misunderstanding that had been growing. It was a delicate process, fraught with the risk of reopening old wounds, but it was also a necessary one. As they talked, the harsh edges of their anger began to soften, revealing the deeper fears and concerns that had been driving their recent conflicts. Mara spoke candidly about the pressure she felt, the overwhelming responsibility of their mission, and the way it had begun to erode her trust in their allies, and even in Cale. She admitted that her sharpness and impatience were symptoms of the anxiety that had taken root in her mind, making her question every decision, every alliance. As she voiced these thoughts, she realized how much she had internalized her fears, letting them fester until they clouded her judgment. It was a relief, albeit a painful one, to finally bring these feelings into the open, to confront the ways they had been affecting her actions. Cale, in turn, opened up about the immense strain of balancing his royal responsibilities with the demands of their mission. He had always prided himself on his ability to remain composed and strategic, but the relentless challenges they faced had pushed him to his limits. The strain of maintaining that composure, especially in the face of Mara's growing impatience, had left him feeling isolated and disconnected. He acknowledged that his attempts to stay calm and calculated might have come across as cold or dismissive, exacerbating the tension between them rather than alleviating it. Hearing Mara's concerns allowed him to see how his approach might have unintentionally contributed to the rift between them. As they shared their frustrations and fears, a new understanding began to take root. The conversation wasn't just about airing grievances. It was about recognizing the human element in their partnership, the vulnerabilities that had been laid bare by the extreme circumstances of their mission. Both Mara and Cale began to see that their conflict wasn't a sign of weakness, but rather a testament to the immense pressure they were under. This realization allowed them to start viewing each other not as adversaries in their disagreement, but as partners who were struggling with the same burdens. The path forward was clear. They would need to rebuild the trust and unity that had been strained, fortifying their partnership against the external threats that loomed larger than ever. They knew that the journey ahead would not be easy. The challenges they faced were complex, the enemies they fought against cunning and ruthless. But this moment of honesty, of laying bare their fears and frustrations, had rekindled a sense of solidarity that had been missing. It wasn't a complete resolution, but it was a crucial step toward regaining their focus and cohesion. With this renewed sense of understanding, Mara and Cale turned their attention back to the mission at hand. The stakes were higher than ever, and the dangers more immediate, but they faced them with a newfound determination. Their partnership, once strained to the breaking point, now felt more resilient, tempered by the honesty they had shared. They knew that their bond would need to be stronger than ever to navigate the treacherous waters ahead, and that would require constant communication and a commitment to supporting one another, even when the stress of the mission threatened to drive them apart. As they prepared to move forward, the tension that had once clouded their interactions began to dissipate. The conversation had cleared the air, allowing them to refocus on the task ahead with a clearer mind and a stronger sense of purpose. The challenges before them were daunting, but they were no longer facing them alone. They had recommitted to their partnership, understanding that their greatest strength lay not just in their individual abilities, but in their ability to work together, to trust each other when everything around them seemed uncertain. Chapter 19: Shared Vulnerabilities. The aftermath of their tense conversation hung in the air as Mara and Kao resumed their journey. Although the path ahead remained uncertain, something had shifted between them, a fragile, unspoken bond that neither had anticipated. The raw honesty they had shared had peeled back some of the layers they had built around themselves for protection, leaving them feeling more exposed, yet unexpectedly closer. The silence that followed their words was not the strained silence of before, but rather one filled with a newfound understanding. As they walked side by side, the landscape around them seemed to reflect the change in their relationship. The narrow, winding trail they followed was flanked by towering trees, their dense canopies casting dappled shadows on the ground. The quiet rustle of leaves and the distant calls of unseen creatures provided a soothing backdrop to their thoughts. For the first time in a long while, the silence between them was comfortable, almost companionable. It was as if the walls they had both erected to protect themselves from the world had begun to crumble, revealing the vulnerability that had kept them distant from each other. Mara found herself stealing glances at Kale, noting the subtle changes in his demeanor. There was a softness to his expression now, a calmness that hadn't been there before. She realized that the tension that had once crackled between them had given way to something deeper, something more meaningful. It was as if they had reached a tacit agreement, an understanding that they no longer had to shoulder their burdens alone. The defenses they had both clung to so fiercely were no longer necessary, and the connection that had begun to form felt more authentic, more real. As they continued to walk in silence, the weight of their shared experience began to settle into something more solid. They didn't need to speak to acknowledge the shift that had occurred. It was evident in the way they moved, in the way they no longer hesitated to share the space between them. The journey ahead was still fraught with challenges, and the dangers they faced were as real as ever, but now there was a sense of unity that hadn't been there before. The unspoken bond they had formed would serve as a foundation for whatever lay ahead, a reminder that even in the midst of uncertainty and fear, they were not alone. It wasn't long before the weight of their new understanding began to press on them, subtly altering the dynamics of their journey. The path they followed twisted through a dense forest, where towering trees formed a natural canopy overhead. The sunlight, now softened by the approaching evening, filtered through the leaves, casting long, shifting shadows on the forest floor. The tranquility of their surroundings was in stark contrast to the tension that still simmered beneath the surface, a tension that neither of them could fully ignore. The silence between them, though less strained, carried an undercurrent of unresolved emotion, leaving the air thick with unspoken thoughts. As they walked, Kale's usual composure seemed to waver. He had always been the epitome of stoic resolve, the one who could maintain a level head even in the most dire circumstances. But now, the relentless pressure of their mission, coupled with the vulnerability he had recently allowed himself to express, was beginning to take its toll. The fears and doubts that he had managed to keep at bay for so long were now creeping closer to the surface, threatening to undermine the calm exterior he had always relied on. With every step, the weight of those suppressed emotions grew heavier, until it became impossible to ignore. The quiet around them, once a refuge, now seemed to amplify the turmoil within him. Each rustle of leaves, each distant call of a bird, seemed to echo the thoughts that raced through his mind. His gaze remained fixed on the path ahead, but his thoughts were far from the winding trail they followed. The realization that he could no longer afford to keep his emotions buried was both frightening and liberating. He could feel the pressure building inside him, an almost physical sensation that demanded release. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of internal struggle, he broke the silence that had settled between them. "Mara," he began, his voice quieter than usual, laced with an emotion he rarely allowed himself to show. The sound of his own voice surprised him, as if the words had taken on a life of their own, bypassing the barriers he had carefully constructed. He paused, searching for the right words, but they eluded him. Instead, what came out was a confession, raw and unguarded. "I've been trying to stay strong, to keep us both moving forward, but it's not as easy as I make it look. This mission, everything we've been through, it's wearing on me. More than I want to admit." Mara turned to look at him, her expression softening as she caught the vulnerability in his voice. The revelation wasn't entirely unexpected. She had sensed the cracks in his armor for some time now, but hearing him voice it was different. It made her realize that despite their differences, despite the tension that had grown between them, they were both struggling with the same fears. "You don't have to carry it all by yourself," she said gently, her tone a mix of understanding and resolve. "We're in this together, Cale. Whatever happens, we face it together." Her words, simple yet sincere, struck a chord deep within him. The tension that had been building inside him began to ease, if only slightly. It wasn't a complete release. Years of ingrained habits and defenses couldn't be undone in a single moment, but it was a start. For the first time in what felt like ages, he allowed himself to feel the full weight of his emotions, to acknowledge the fear, the doubt, and the weariness that had been gnawing at him. And in doing so, he found a sliver of peace. As they continued down the winding path, side by side, the silence that followed was no longer heavy with unspoken tensions. Instead, it was filled with a quiet understanding, a mutual acknowledgement of their shared burdens. The journey ahead remained uncertain, the dangers they faced still very real, but in that moment, they found solace in each other's presence. The bond they had forged in the crucible of their mission was stronger now, tempered by the shared vulnerability they had allowed themselves to show. And as the shadows lengthened and the forest grew darker, they walked on, united in purpose and in their determination to see their mission through, no matter what lay ahead. "You know, Mara," Cale began, his gaze fixed on the path ahead as they continued through the dense forest. "I've spent most of my life being taught that showing weakness is unacceptable. That as a leader, I have to be the one everyone else leans on, the one who never falters." His voice carried a hint of the internal struggle he had been battling. "But the truth is, I'm not as strong as I pretend to be." Mara glanced at him, her expression a mix of surprise and empathy. The forest around them seemed to hold its breath, the quiet punctuated only by the distant rustle of leaves. Cale's admission was a stark contrast to the composed facade he usually maintained. "Every decision we've had to make," he continued, his voice steady despite the weight of his words, "every close call we've had, it all weighs on me more than I'd like to admit." The vulnerability he was finally allowing to surface was palpable, a rare glimpse into the pressures he had long kept hidden. Mara nodded slowly, her own feelings of frustration and fatigue momentarily overshadowed by the depth of Cale's confession. "Cale, we're in this together," she said softly, her tone carrying a warmth that contrasted with the cool forest air. "I've seen the weight you carry, and I understand how hard it must be to shoulder it alone. You don't have to pretend to be infallible." Her words were meant to offer reassurance, a recognition of the burdens they both carried. Cale let out a slow breath, a sense of relief washing over him as he processed Mara's response. "It's hard to let go of that expectation," he admitted. "I've always felt that if I showed any sign of weakness, it would undermine everything we're trying to achieve. But I'm starting to see that maybe I don't have to be perfect. Maybe it's okay to admit that I'm struggling." His gaze softened, reflecting a newfound openness as he shared his internal battle. Mara's eyes met his with a mixture of understanding and resolve. "We're both carrying a lot," she said, her voice firm yet kind. "And it's not just about how we handle it individually. It's about being there for each other through it all." She placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, a gesture of solidarity. "We face these challenges as a team, and that means supporting each other, not just through the victories but through the struggles too." The forest around them seemed to take on a quieter, more intimate feel, as if it too was acknowledging the significance of the moment. Cale nodded, a small but genuine smile forming on his lips. "Thank you, Mara," he said, his voice filled with appreciation. "I needed to hear that. We'll get through this together." The weight of their shared vulnerabilities had created a deeper connection between them, a renewed sense of unity that would be crucial as they continued their journey. Mara slowed her pace, her steps becoming more deliberate as she turned her head slightly to catch a glimpse of Cale's expression. The admission he had made lingered in her mind, surprising her in a way she hadn't anticipated. Though she had always been aware of Cale's meticulous nature and his ability to strategize under pressure, this raw, vulnerable side of him was a revelation. It was as if she had been given access to a deeper, more authentic version of the man she had come to rely on. The dense canopy of trees above cast dappled shadows on the forest floor, creating a serene yet introspective atmosphere. Mara had always admired Cale's strategic mind and his composure in the face of danger. His calm demeanor was something she had come to depend on, especially during their most trying moments. But hearing him speak so openly about his internal struggles shifted her perspective. It was a stark contrast to the image of unshakable strength he had always projected. The revelation brought with it a profound sense of empathy. Mara realized that beneath the surface of Cale's royal upbringing and sharp intellect lay a person who was grappling with his own insecurities and fears. This new understanding made her see him in a different light, not just as a colleague or a leader, but as someone who shared the same vulnerabilities and uncertainties that she did. It was a reminder that no matter how composed or capable someone appeared, they were still human. She reflected on her own struggles and the weight of the mission they were both shouldering. The honesty Cale had displayed created a bridge between their experiences, allowing her to connect with him on a deeper level. Their shared challenges had always been a common ground, but now, with Cale's vulnerability exposed, it felt as though that ground had become more solid, more meaningful. It underscored the reality that they were not alone in their burdens, but partners navigating through the storm together. Mara's newfound perspective also brought a sense of relief. It was as if a layer of tension had been lifted, making way for a more genuine connection between them. She could now approach their challenges with a renewed sense of solidarity, knowing that they were both equally affected by the pressures and fears that their mission entailed. The forest around them seemed to reflect this newfound understanding, offering a calm backdrop to their evolving partnership. As they continued their journey through the forest, Mara felt a strengthened resolve to support Cale as he had supported her. The acknowledgement of their mutual vulnerabilities forged a deeper bond, one that would be crucial as they faced the uncertain path ahead. This moment of shared honesty not only deepened their personal connection but also fortified their resolve to face the trials of their mission with renewed strength and unity. Feeling a pang of empathy, Mara decided to open up as well. The dense forest around them seemed to create a cocoon of intimacy, and she found herself compelled to share her own struggles. She had never been one to easily reveal her vulnerabilities. Years of fending for herself had taught her to guard her emotions closely. But something about this moment felt different, a rare opportunity for genuine connection amidst the chaos that surrounded them. Mara's voice was soft, carrying the weight of her burdens as she spoke. "I get it," she said, her tone reflective and tinged with the strain of her own experiences. "I've spent so much time trying to prove that I can handle anything that comes my way, that I'm strong enough to take on whatever life throws at me." Her words were laced with the vulnerability she had often kept hidden behind a facade of strength. The admission felt like a release, an acknowledgement of the pressure she had been under. She continued, her eyes focused on the path ahead, unable to meet Cale's gaze directly. "But sometimes I feel like I'm barely holding it together. There are nights when I can't sleep because all I can think about are the people we've lost, the choices we've had to make, and whether or not we're doing the right thing." Her voice faltered slightly, revealing the depth of her inner turmoil. The honesty in her words was a stark contrast to the self-assured persona she usually projected. The forest stillness seemed to envelop her confession, the only sounds being the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant call of birds. Cale, who had been processing his own vulnerabilities, now listened intently, his expression a mix of concern and understanding. The weight of Mara's admission resonated with him, further deepening the bond that had been forming between them. He realized that her struggles mirrored his own, and that they were united by their shared burdens. Mara's heart felt lighter after speaking, though the road ahead was still fraught with uncertainty. The act of sharing her fears and doubts with Cale brought a sense of relief, making her feel less isolated in her struggles. It was as if the act of voicing her insecurities had bridged the gap between their individual experiences, creating a shared space where both of them could find solace. As they continued to walk through the forest, the weight of their conversation lingered in the air, transforming the atmosphere between them. The unspoken understanding that had grown from their shared vulnerabilities provided a new layer of connection. Mara felt a renewed sense of solidarity with Cale, realizing that their partnership had been strengthened by their openness. With each step, the tension that had previously marked their interaction seemed to dissolve, replaced by a quiet, mutual respect. They had both taken a significant emotional risk, and the reward was a deeper, more authentic partnership. This moment of shared honesty was not just a respite from their challenges, but a crucial step toward facing the uncertainties of their mission with renewed strength. Her admission echoed Cale's, both of them laying bare the fears that had been gnawing at them from the inside. The weight of their shared vulnerabilities hung in the air, creating a palpable sense of intimacy that neither had expected. For a moment, the dense forest around them seemed to pause, the sounds of rustling leaves and distant wildlife fading into the background as they absorbed the depth of each other's confessions. The brief silence that followed was heavy with unspoken understanding. They stood there, side by side, their breaths coming in measured intervals as they processed the impact of their conversation. The forest, usually a backdrop to their arduous journey, now felt like a sanctuary that held their secrets and fears in its quiet embrace. The stillness provided a space where their raw emotions could be felt more acutely, making the moment feel even more profound. The vulnerability they had just shared was both raw and unfamiliar, a stark contrast to the stoic personas they had maintained. Mara, usually guarded and resilient, had revealed the cracks in her armor, while Cale had exposed the cracks in his facade of royal composure. This mutual exposure created a new dynamic between them, one marked by a deeper empathy and understanding. It was as if their admissions had cleared the air of the previous tensions, allowing them to see each other's true selves. Despite the discomfort of their revelations, it felt like a necessary step toward healing the rift that had formed between them. The openness they had displayed allowed them to confront the barriers that had been erected by stress and unspoken grievances. They both recognized that their emotional honesty was crucial for rebuilding their partnership, making it stronger and more resilient in the face of their shared challenges. As they continued their journey through the forest, the atmosphere between them had shifted. The bond forged in their moment of vulnerability gave them a renewed sense of connection and solidarity. Each step felt lighter, their burdens slightly eased by the knowledge that they were not alone in their struggles. The forest, once a symbol of their isolation, now felt like a testament to their growing unity. The forest's path seemed to stretch out before them with a newfound sense of purpose. With the weight of their shared vulnerabilities acknowledged, they were better equipped to face the uncertainties of their mission. The silence that had once been filled with tension now held a quiet promise of mutual support and understanding, providing them with the strength to move forward together. Cale stopped walking, his steps coming to an abrupt halt as he turned to face Mara fully. The forest around them seemed to close in, the dense canopy above casting dappled shadows that danced on the ground. His expression was a mix of vulnerability and resolve, his usually guarded demeanor giving way to something more raw. "It's terrifying, isn't it?" he began, his voice carrying the weight of his inner conflict. "The idea that no matter how much we plan or how hard we fight, things could still go wrong. That we could lose more than we're prepared to." His eyes, typically shielded behind layers of composure, now revealed a rare openness. There was an unsettling honesty in his gaze, a reflection of the turmoil he had kept hidden for so long. The truth of their situation, the constant threat of failure and loss, had etched itself deeply into his thoughts. "But I think maybe it's okay to be scared," he continued, his voice softening as he spoke. "To admit that we don't have all the answers. We're in this together, and maybe if we're honest about our fears, we can find a way to face them together too." Mara listened, her eyes locked onto Cale's as she took in his words. The forest silence seemed to amplify the sincerity of his confession, allowing her to grasp the depth of his feelings. His willingness to acknowledge his fears, rather than masking them with stoicism, created a new level of intimacy between them. The walls they had maintained, built from years of individual struggles and strained interactions, began to crumble under the weight of this shared honesty. As the moment stretched between them, Mara felt a shift within herself. The admission of fear, once a point of contention, now felt like a bridge rather than a chasm. She nodded slowly, her voice steady as she responded. "I think you're right. We've been so focused on being strong and having a plan that we've forgotten it's okay to be vulnerable. We don't have to face this alone, and maybe being honest about our fears is the first step toward finding our way through this." The mutual understanding forged in this conversation seemed to light their path forward, offering a glimmer of hope amidst the uncertainty that lay ahead. Mara nodded, a deep sense of relief washing over her that she hadn't anticipated. The emotional weight that had been pressing on her seemed to lift slightly, replaced by a newfound clarity. In that moment, the connection she felt with Cale was profound, an understanding that went beyond mere words and resonated with the rawness of their shared experiences. This connection was grounded in a mutual recognition of their own vulnerabilities, a realization that they were not just allies but fellow travelers on a perilous journey. The realization that they were both grappling with their own fears and insecurities created a bond that Mara hadn't expected. It was a rare and comforting understanding that made her feel less isolated in the face of the immense challenges they were up against. The acknowledgement of their shared humanity, the unspoken agreement that they both had limits and struggles, forged a connection that was both deep and comforting. "You're right," Mara finally said, her voice steady but tinged with emotion. "We've been trying to do this alone for too long, thinking that we have to carry the weight of it all by ourselves." Her words were a reflection of the shift in her perspective, acknowledging the toll that their solitary efforts had taken on their partnership. The burden of their mission had seemed heavier because they had been shouldering it individually, rather than as a united front. She paused, taking a deep breath as she considered the implications of their shared vulnerability. "But maybe we don't have to," she continued, her tones softening with hope. "Maybe we can lean on each other when it gets too heavy." The idea of mutual support, of finding strength in one another rather than solely within themselves, offered a glimmer of hope that had been missing from their earlier interactions. Cale listened intently, his eyes reflecting the weight of Mara's words. The prospect of leaning on each other, of truly collaborating in both strategy and emotional support, seemed like a crucial turning point. He could feel the tension that had characterized their relationship begin to ease, replaced by a sense of partnership that was both invigorating and reassuring. As they continued walking through the forest, the air seemed lighter, and the shadows that had once loomed large over their journey began to recede. The mutual understanding they had reached allowed them to move forward with a renewed sense of purpose. They no longer had to face their fears alone. They could draw strength from their shared resolve and the bond they had just begun to forge. This moment of connection, forged in the midst of their shared vulnerabilities, became a foundation upon which they could build. It was a reminder that despite the dangers and the uncertainties ahead, they had each other to rely on. This newfound partnership, strengthened by their honesty and mutual support, would be their greatest asset as they faced the trials that lay before them. The vulnerability they had shared forged a new sense of solidarity between Mara and Cale, one that felt more genuine and unbreakable than anything they had known before. This bond was a testament to their willingness to lay bare their fears and insecurities, creating a foundation of trust that was both profound and comforting. It was as if the walls that had previously separated them had been dismantled, replaced by a connection that was as strong as it was sincere. As they resumed walking through the forest, the silence between them was no longer charged with tension or unspoken grievances. Instead, it was filled with a mutual understanding that had been absent from their partnership until now. The quiet was comfortable, a reflection of their new level of intimacy and comprehension. Each step they took was accompanied by a shared awareness that they were no longer facing their challenges in isolation but as a united front. The path ahead remained treacherous, fraught with the dangers and complexities of the conspiracy they were fighting against. The shadows of their mission still loomed large, and the obstacles they faced were far from resolved. However, the newly forged bond between them provided a sense of clarity and strength that had been missing before. They were acutely aware that their journey was far from over, but their renewed connection made the daunting road ahead seem more navigable. Their newfound resolve was not driven solely by duty or obligation but by the trust and connection they had built in this moment of shared vulnerability. This resolve was imbued with a deeper significance, as it stemmed from a genuine understanding of each other's struggles and fears. The knowledge that they could rely on each other, not just as partners in a mission but as individuals who had come to deeply care for one another, gave them a sense of purpose that transcended their previous motivations. With each passing moment, the impact of their emotional exchange became increasingly apparent. The tension that had once clouded their interactions began to dissipate, replaced by a clear and focused determination. They approached their mission with a renewed sense of unity, their bond serving as a source of strength and encouragement. The challenges they faced seemed less daunting when viewed through the lens of their strengthened partnership. The forest around them, once a symbol of the unknown and the dangerous, now felt like a backdrop to their reaffirmed commitment. The whispering leaves and the dappled sunlight provided a calming contrast to the storm of their mission, offering a moment of tranquility amidst the chaos. Their journey was far from over, but they walked it together with a sense of solidarity that had been newly established. As they continued their trek, the weight of their shared vulnerabilities became a source of empowerment. It was a reminder that they were not alone in their struggles and that their partnership, forged in the crucible of their fears, was a powerful force. This newfound connection would be their greatest asset as they faced the trials that lay ahead, providing both the strength and the courage they needed to confront the conspiracy and the dangers that awaited them. As the forest began to thin, the dense canopy of trees gradually gave way to a clearing that marked the approach to their next destination. The soft, dappled light that filtered through the remaining foliage cast a warm glow on the path ahead, creating a striking contrast to the dark and oppressive atmosphere they had navigated through. Mara and Kale walked side by side, their steps falling into a comfortable rhythm, each step a testament to the newfound understanding between them. Despite the relative calm of the clearing, the journey ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty. The challenges they faced were far from over, and the path forward was fraught with risks they could not yet fully anticipate. Yet there was a marked difference in their demeanor. The weight of their shared vulnerabilities and the strength of their renewed bond had imbued them with a sense of resilience that had previously eluded them. They no longer faced the looming threats with trepidation but with a unified front that was both reassuring and empowering. The bond they had forged in the crucible of their mission had transformed their relationship from mere allies in a fight to true partners in a shared struggle. This connection was more than just a result of their experiences. It was a deliberate choice to stand together despite the dangers and doubts that had once driven a wedge between them. Their mutual support and understanding had turned their partnership into something profoundly meaningful, a source of strength that would guide them through the trials they were yet to face. Walking in sync, they felt a new kind of solidarity, one that transcended the tactical and strategic elements of their mission. Their shared experiences and open conversations had created a foundation of trust and empathy that would serve as their greatest asset in the days to come. They were not just facing their adversaries with a plan and purpose, but with a deep and abiding connection that made their commitment to each other and their cause even more resolute. As they emerged from the forest and approached the edge of the clearing, the vast expanse of their next challenge stretched out before them. The landscape was both beautiful and daunting, a reminder of the grand scale of their undertaking. Yet the clarity of their purpose and the strength of their bond provided a sense of calm amidst the uncertainty. They were ready to face whatever lay ahead, knowing that they would do so together, fortified by their shared vulnerabilities and the understanding they had cultivated. With each step forward, Mara and Kale carried with them not just the burden of their mission but the profound realization that they had found something invaluable in each other. The path ahead was uncertain, but their partnership, forged in the heat of their trials and tempered by their openness, was a beacon of hope and strength. They were no longer just fighting a battle, they were navigating their journey together with a renewed sense of purpose and unity. Chapter 20 A Brief Respite. The forest gradually opened up to a serene clearing, its quiet beauty a stark contrast to the chaos they had just escaped. Mara and Kale emerged from the dense woods, their breaths coming in heavy puffs from the exertion of their recent escape. The air was cool and crisp, and the setting sun cast a warm, golden hue over the landscape. The sight of the clearing, with its gentle light and calm ambience, felt like a balm to their frayed nerves. It was a rare moment of peace in the midst of their relentless mission. As they stepped into the clearing, Mara and Kale took a deep breath, savoring the tranquility that surrounded them. The weight of their recent trials seemed momentarily lifted, replaced by a soothing stillness. They moved deliberately, their movements slow and measured as they set about establishing a temporary camp. The clearing, with its open expanse and dappled sunlight, provided a much-needed respite from the shadows and confinement of the forest. The space felt almost magical, offering a reprieve from the constant tension that had marked their journey. Mara and Kale spread out their gear, laying out their supplies and making a small fire. The crackling of the flames was a comforting sound, blending with the ambient noise of the forest. The soft glow of the fire and the surrounding light created a cocoon of warmth, a stark contrast to the dangers they had recently faced. As they settled into the clearing, they took a moment to reflect on the events that had brought them here. The intensity of their recent encounter had been overwhelming, and this brief pause allowed them to collect their thoughts and reassess their strategy. Mara glanced around, taking in the peaceful surroundings, and felt a sense of relief. The clearing was a space where they could momentarily set aside their worries and focus on the path ahead. The quiet of the clearing gave them the space to reconnect, not just with their mission but with each other. They spoke softly, their conversation a mix of strategic planning and personal reflection. The clarity of the moment allowed them to evaluate their next steps with a clearer perspective. The respite was more than just a physical break. It was an opportunity to fortify their bond and recalibrate their approach. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the clearing's light softened, casting long shadows across the ground. Mara and Kale knew that their time here was limited, but the brief respite had provided them with a valuable chance to regroup. The shared understanding and renewed connection they found in the clearing would strengthen their resolve as they prepared to continue their mission. The calm of the clearing had offered them a moment of clarity and reassurance, fortifying them for the challenges that lay ahead. Mara and Kale worked efficiently to set up a temporary camp at the edge of the clearing, their actions punctuated by the soft crunch of leaves beneath their boots. The process of unpacking their gear was a welcome routine after the chaos of their recent ordeal. The forest clearing, bathed in the mellow light of the late afternoon sun, offered a stark contrast to the oppressive environment of the warehouse and the tension of their escape. The peaceful surroundings seemed to offer a rare moment of respite from their relentless pursuit. As Mara moved with practiced ease, she found a spot near a large rock, its rough surface providing a natural seat. She leaned back, letting the cool, fresh air wash over her and taking in the serene landscape. The clearing was framed by tall trees whose branches swayed gently in the breeze, creating a soothing rustle that added to the tranquility of the moment. Mara allowed herself a brief pause, savoring the stillness and the rare opportunity to catch her breath. Meanwhile, Kale's meticulous nature came to the fore as he began to lay out their supplies. His hands worked deftly to arrange their provisions, and he set about making a modest fire. The process was methodical, each movement deliberate as he gathered kindling and arranged it carefully. The crackling of the fire soon punctuated the quiet, adding a warm glow to the clearing and casting dancing shadows on the surrounding foliage. The sight of the flames was a comforting one, and as the fire grew, it brought a sense of warmth and security to their makeshift camp. Kale's actions were a testament to his strategic mindset, even in moments of reprieve. He took great care in ensuring that their camp was both functional and safe, a small but vital element of their continued survival. The fire's glow illuminated his face, revealing a rare moment of relaxation amidst the ongoing tension. Mara watched him work with a mix of appreciation and contemplation. The serenity of the clearing allowed her to reflect on their recent challenges and the emotional toll they had taken. As Kale completed the setup, she took a deep breath, letting the calm of the environment seep into her. The quiet was not just a physical reprieve but an emotional one, offering a chance to regroup and reassess their situation. With the camp established and the fire crackling softly, Mara and Kale settled down to discuss their next steps. The conversation was subdued but meaningful, a blend of strategic planning and personal reflection. They spoke openly about the challenges they faced, the strategies they would employ, and the bond that had grown stronger in the face of adversity. The clearing offered a backdrop of calm that made their discussion more focused and less fraught with the urgency that had marked their previous interactions. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the clearing, the atmosphere grew cooler. Mara and Kale adjusted their positions, drawing closer to the fire for warmth. The changing light added a sense of transition to the moment, symbolizing the shift from the chaos of their recent experiences to a temporary, yet precious, respite. The evening air was filled with the scent of the forest and the faint aroma of their cooking fire. The stillness of the clearing and the warmth of the fire created a space where Mara and Kale could relax, if only briefly. They took turns recounting their thoughts and feelings, finding solace in each other's company. The quiet camaraderie they shared during this respite underscored the depth of their connection, solidified by their trials and the shared vulnerabilities they had recently unveiled. As night fell and the stars began to emerge in the clear sky above, the clearing took on a magical quality. The firelight flickered softly against the darkening forest, creating a cocoon of light and warmth. Mara and Kale, now more relaxed and aligned, knew that this moment of calm would soon end. But the reprieve they found in the clearing, and the bond they strengthened during their rest, would be crucial as they prepared to face the challenges that lay ahead. The crackle of the fire and the rustling of the wind through the trees created a soothing background as Mara and Kale settled into their makeshift camp. The warmth of the fire contrasted with the cool evening air, wrapping them in a cocoon of comfort amidst the forest's serenity. The gentle light of the flames danced across their faces, casting soft shadows that seemed to deepen their sense of peace. Mara broke the silence first, her voice carrying a note of thoughtful introspection. She stared into the fire, her eyes reflecting its warm glow. "We've been through so much in such a short time," she began, her tone heavy with contemplation. "It's hard to keep track of everything, let alone figure out our next move." Her words carried the weight of their shared experiences, a testament to the burden of their mission and the challenges they had faced. Kale glanced up from the fire, his expression serious as he considered Mara's words. The flickering light revealed the strain etched into his features, a stark reminder of the pressure he was under. "I know," he replied, his voice low and reflective. "The pace has been relentless, and every decision feels like it could tip the balance one way or the other. It's like we're always reacting, never truly getting ahead of the game." His admission was a rare moment of vulnerability, highlighting the internal conflict he was grappling with. Mara nodded, acknowledging the truth in Kale's observation. "It's not just the decisions," she added, her gaze still fixed on the fire. "It's the constant uncertainty, the feeling that we're always a step behind. I've been trying so hard to stay focused, but sometimes it feels like the weight of everything is just too much." Her voice trembled slightly, betraying the exhaustion and frustration that had been building up inside her. Kale shifted slightly, the crackle of the fire punctuating the quiet as he sought his next words. "We're both carrying a lot," he said, his tone softer now. "And it's easy to get lost in the chaos, to feel like we're alone in this fight. But we've come this far together, and we need to remember that. Maybe our next move doesn't have to be perfect. Maybe it just needs to be the best we can do with what we have." His words were an attempt to offer reassurance, a way to ground their efforts amidst the overwhelming pressure. Mara looked at Cale, her expression thoughtful. "You're right," she said slowly. "We've been so focused on the bigger picture that we've forgotten to acknowledge how far we've come. We're stronger than we give ourselves credit for, and we have each other to rely on. Maybe that's enough, at least for now." Her words were a tentative step towards acceptance, a recognition of the strength they had found in their partnership. The silence that followed was filled with a new sense of understanding, the air around them now charged with a calm resolve. The fire's warmth and the night's quiet seemed to embrace them, offering a moment of solace from the turmoil they faced. As they sat together, the reality of their situation seemed less daunting, their shared vulnerabilities creating a bond that fortified their resolve. As the night deepened and the stars glittered above, Mara and Cale's conversation drifted to lighter topics, the camaraderie between them growing stronger. The shared moments of honesty and support had forged a new path forward, one that was less burdened by the weight of their mission and more guided by mutual respect and understanding. In the peaceful clearing, they found a brief but necessary respite, a chance to regroup and refocus for the challenges that lay ahead. Cale nodded, adding logs to the fire with deliberate care. Each movement was precise, reflecting his focus on maintaining the steady, comforting blaze. The fire crackled as the new wood caught flame, its warmth a welcome relief from the chill of the evening. "It's crucial that we reassess our strategy," Cale said, his voice steady but tinged with the fatigue of their recent trials. The strain of their mission was evident in the way his shoulders slumped slightly, but his resolve remained unshaken. Mara, still seated nearby, turned her attention fully to Cale, her expression one of attentive concern. "I agree," she said, her voice carrying a note of weary determination. "We've been through a lot, and while we've gathered valuable information, we need to ensure that we're making the most of it. The last thing we need is to stumble again because we didn't properly integrate what we've learned." Her gaze was intense, reflecting her commitment to their cause despite the exhaustion that shadowed her eyes. Cale looked up from the fire, his eyes meeting Mara's with a mixture of resolve and exhaustion. "We can't afford to make any more mistakes," he continued, his tone unwavering. "The stakes are too high, and we're running out of time. We need to be methodical in our approach, take into account every detail we've uncovered, and plan our next steps with utmost precision." His calm demeanor was a reassurance, a sign of the strategic mindset that had guided them through their many challenges. Mara nodded in agreement, her mind already shifting to the task at hand. "What do you suggest as our next step?" she asked, her voice reflecting both her fatigue and her determination. "We need a clear plan to move forward, one that takes into account all the risks and opportunities we've identified. We can't afford to let this opportunity slip through our fingers." Her words conveyed a sense of urgency, underscoring the importance of their next move. Cale took a deep breath, considering their options carefully. "We should start by reviewing all the information we have," he proposed, his eyes reflecting the firelight as he spoke. "Let's map out what we know about the conspiracy and the key players involved. We need to identify any gaps in our understanding and address them before we proceed. This will give us a clearer picture of how to move forward strategically." His plan was methodical, reflecting his experience and his desire to avoid any further missteps. As they continued to discuss their strategy, the fire's light flickered, casting long shadows that seemed to underscore the gravity of their situation. The warmth from the fire and the quiet of the clearing provided a much-needed backdrop for their conversation, a brief respite from the turmoil they had faced. In this moment of relative peace, Mara and Cale's shared focus on their next steps helped solidify their bond and renew their commitment to their mission. As they discussed their plans, Mara and Cale's conversation naturally shifted towards their recent experiences and the emotional toll they had endured. The forest around them, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, seemed to embrace their newfound openness. Mara's voice, tinged with the remnants of frustration, was met with Kale's steady, reflective responses, signaling a shift from their previous tension. The honesty they had shared during their earlier conversation had laid a foundation for a deeper understanding between them. The emotional honesty they had exchanged was now manifesting in their dialogue. Mara's frustration and Kale's stoicism, which had once created a barrier between them, had given way to a more open and collaborative approach. As they spoke, it became clear that their earlier conflicts were being replaced by a genuine partnership. They no longer simply worked side by side but were beginning to work with a united front, their perspectives aligning more harmoniously. Their interactions, once marked by sharp edges and unspoken grievances, were now characterized by a mutual respect and a shared sense of vulnerability. Mara found herself more attuned to Kale's unspoken concerns, while Kale was increasingly aware of Mara's emotional landscape. The recent events had transformed their relationship from one of mere collaboration into a partnership defined by empathy and a deeper connection. In this moment of candid reflection, they found that their bond had grown stronger. The vulnerabilities they had shared had become a bridge rather than a chasm. This new level of understanding allowed them to communicate more effectively, addressing each other's concerns with greater sensitivity and insight. Their conversations, once fraught with unspoken tensions, now flowed with a sense of clarity and mutual support. As they continued to strategize, their renewed partnership became evident in their approach to problem solving. They worked together with a renewed sense of purpose, each valuing the other's input and perspectives. The respect they had for one another's strengths and struggles had created a dynamic that was both productive and supportive, allowing them to tackle their challenges with a newfound unity. Their collaboration was more than just a tactical advantage. It was a testament to the strength of their relationship. The shared experiences and the emotional openness they had fostered not only enhanced their ability to work together but also reinforced their commitment to their mission. They were no longer just allies in a fight but partners who had navigated the complexities of their situation with honesty and respect. The respite in the tranquil clearing provided Mara and Kale with more than just physical relief. It offered them a precious opportunity to reflect on their personal growth and the evolving nature of their relationship. As they settled into their temporary camp, the soft rustling of the leaves and the crackle of the fire created a soothing backdrop to their conversation. This serene environment allowed them to lower their guards and speak more openly than they had in the midst of their recent trials. They shared their fears and hopes with a candor that had been absent from their interactions before. Mara's voice, steady but vulnerable, conveyed the weight of her burdens and her aspirations for their mission. Kale, usually reserved, responded with a depth of insight that revealed his own uncertainties and aspirations. Their words, framed by the quiet of the forest and the warmth of the fire, carried an authenticity that deepened their understanding of one another. Each revelation they made was a building block in the foundation of their relationship. The personal insights they exchanged not only illuminated their individual struggles, but also highlighted the common ground they shared. This mutual openness fostered a profound sense of connection, reinforcing the trust between them. It was clear that their bond was strengthening, with each shared experience further solidifying their commitment to each other and their mission. As the evening wore on, it became evident that this moment of reflection was more than just a brief pause in their journey. The trust and understanding they cultivated during this respite would be crucial as they moved forward. Their renewed connection was not just a comforting aspect of their partnership, but a vital component that would enable them to face the challenges ahead with greater unity and resilience. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting elongated shadows across the clearing, Mara and Kale began preparing to move on. The tranquil setting that had offered them a brief respite was now giving way to the encroaching night. The shadows danced across the forest floor, signaling the end of their brief moment of peace. Despite the approaching darkness, there was a renewed sense of determination in their movements. They worked together efficiently, their actions marked by a renewed sense of purpose that had emerged from their reflective conversation. Packing up their gear, they moved with a coordinated ease, each knowing their role without needing to speak. The tasks that had once seemed mundane were now imbued with a deeper significance, their shared experiences having elevated the routine to a meaningful ritual. The brief respite had been more than just a pause. It had been a period of significant emotional and physical rejuvenation. The conversation they had shared had not only provided them with insights into each other's vulnerabilities, but had also fortified their resolve. They now carried with them a strengthened bond, one that would serve as a vital anchor in the tumultuous journey ahead. As they completed their preparations, the fading light highlighted the silhouette of the forest's edge, a reminder that their time in the clearing was drawing to a close. The comfort of the clearing was behind them, and the challenges of their path loomed ahead. However, the unity they had forged in this serene setting provided a stark contrast to the chaos they had faced and would continue to face. With their gear packed and their spirits buoyed by their renewed connection, Mara and Kale were ready to confront the next phase of their journey. The emotional and practical clarity gained from their respite had equipped them to tackle the upcoming obstacles with a fortified sense of purpose. Their partnership, strengthened by shared trials and understanding, was now more resilient than ever. As they stepped away from the clearing, the night air felt both cool and invigorating. The shadows that had once seemed ominous now framed their path with a new sense of resolve. They ventured forward, their steps in sync, guided by the bond they had deepened during their time of rest and reflection. The challenges ahead remained uncertain, but they faced them with a unity that promised to guide them through the trials to come.